Evening, everyone. I'd like you to welcome you to tonight's public hearing. Before we get started, please turn off your cell phones or any other electronic devices to avoid any interruptions in this meeting. If anyone here is planning on presenting testimony, please sign the sheet at the back of the room, back of the hearing room, so we'll have your name and address and stuff. Anyone who wants an opportunity to speak tonight will have the time to do so. Please step up to the podium when it's your turn and make sure you clearly identify yourself for the record before you begin your testimony. We request that you please keep your testimony focused on the relevant issues and facts for each application. Please remember, these hearings are to allow for members of the public to speak on issues related to land use applications, not to air grievances about each other or your neighbors. We will not tolerate or allow testimony that is hateful in nature and will stop your testimony if it delves into a statement other than on other people's character. So please. Okay, it's Wednesday, the 12th of November. The time is 6 o'clock, the time set for the public hearing. Two commissioners are present. Commissioner Daly is absent. Mr. Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda? No, sir. Okay, good enough. We'll get started. I will open the public hearing on application 202501115 SPR Ackerman Estival. We'll ask for Amelia Haynes, our staff, to give us a report. Go ahead, Amelia.
One moment. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01115-S-PR is a preliminary plat and private road application to create the Floyd subdivision, a 3-lot subdivision. The property is located at 3920 East Columbia Road and contains 18.8 acres in the Rural Urban Transition District. The property is located south of Meridian city limits and east of Kuna city limits. The property is located within Meridian's area of city impact. Most of the surrounding property is low-density residential or agricultural uses, with some higher-density residential to the north and east. The applicant is requesting to subdivide the property into 3 lots, 2 of which will be 5 acres and 1 8 acres. In order to grant access and frontage to the 2 northern lots, a private road will be constructed. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 300 feet. All comments were incorporated into the conditions of approval. ACHD commented with site-specific conditions that include right-of-way dedication along Columbia Road and turning the existing driveway into a temporary driveway with future redevelopment of Lot 1, including a new single-family dwelling, having access from the private road instead of the arterial road. They also approved of the connection access. They also approved of the connection point from Columbia for the private road with standard conditions of approval. Boise Project Board of Control commented that the property does possess a valid water right, but the private irrigation facility known as the Watkins Drain will need to remain unobstructed and protected with no discharge into live irrigation ditches being permitted. Central District Health commented that a land development application, fee per lot, test holes, and full engineering report is required. The Ada County engineer commented that as groundwater monitoring data 2 miles from the site indicate groundwater levels are dropping by 12 inches per year at the monitoring well location, the applicant is required to submit a water adequacy supply study prepared by an Idaho licensed engineer for the county to review to ensure that adequate water is available to the site for private well usage. Our engineer has also required the private road to be constructed and inspected to county standards. The City of Meridian commented that while dry lines will not be required for this development, the city engineer is requesting that a sewer easement along the private road be included to accommodate the alignment of the master planned sewer line that will eventually serve these parcels and properties to the east. All other comments from agencies did not have concerns, and no comments from neighbors have been received at this time. Staff finds that the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. The commission also voted to recommend approval of the project at their October 9th hearing. The board should take into consideration all testimony presented at this hearing before making a final decision. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 39, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any question from the board of our staff?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
so you said the water level is dropping 12 inches a year?
At the monitoring well 2 miles from the site, that's what is indicated.
And they've got a plan to ensure water delivery to the site?
They're required to submit or prepare a water adequacy supply evaluation, which will confirm whether or not the wells would be able to be used for private use here.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, just an amplification of that. So depending on that report, what happens?
If they do not have adequate water supply, then they will have to connect to some form of public water use facility, or likely they would not be able to proceed with the subdivision.
And that is available?
The water adequacy supplies test, I don't know if public water is available to the site at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Amelia. Is the applicant here? You wish to speak? Good evening.
Good evening, Antonio Conti, Ackerman Estivold, 7665 West Riverside in Garden City. I'm the surveyor on this project. Thank you, Amelia. We went to the public hearing at the planning and zoning, and we have no question, no concerns. The only one I have, we have actually in regards to the adequacy study, but looking at the question you just brought up, I'm not even going to ask. We don't expect to have any issues. Those are single-family homes, not heavy users in water. So we don't expect to have any problems as long as we can find a good water source a few feet underground. Probably we're going to need to dig some deeper wells, but that's expected.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
were you finished?
Yes, sir.
So my question regarding the water then is, does this have surface water rights?
Correct.
And so the plan is to use surface water for the outdoor portion of the development?
Correct. Or there may be, some usage on the well just around the house, if there's some, planter beds, things like this, just because, water, when you get water from the ditch company, it's not really clean. It doesn't work well with sprinklers heads. But I think we can manage to work everything off of their water rights that they currently have.
So,
And currently they have a well. There's existing one, the existing house. They don't have any problems with water at this point. So that's why I don't foresee having any issues.
Go ahead.
that was part of my question. The existing use of a well is, even if they use it for outdoor, how much do they use it for outdoor?
It's pretty minimal. We're talking planter beds, sprinklers, things like this. They don't have a lot of acreage. The acreage that is designed for ag use, that they're using surface water for that.
Thank you.
All right. And you're Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, did you give your address?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough. Okay, is Jerry Floyd in? He indicates he wants to speak?
No.
He doesn't have to, but if he wants to, he's welcome to. Okay, Ron Floyd? Okay, good enough. Any other questions of Antonio? Okay, Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any documents you need to include for the record?
There are none.
Okay. All right, I will close the public hearing on application 202501115 SPR Ackerman Estival. What is the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion pending?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve application number 202501115-S-PR based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and testimony heard this evening.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I will second the motion, but with make sure the understanding is that water question will need to be addressed, which is what the staff said. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's clear. All right, you've heard the motion. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Okay, I will now open the public hearing on application 202501074 SPR, again, Ackerman Estival. We have a different staff who wants to present this one, Brent Danielson. Go ahead, Brent.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01074S-PR is a preliminary plat and private road application for a two-lot subdivision. The property is located west of Meridian on the south side of Victory Road in between South McDermott Road and South Black Cat Road and is approximately half a mile east of the Ada Canyon County line. The property is located at 5535 West Victory Road and contains 10 acres in the Rural Urban Transition District. The lots will take access from a private road, and the lots will be 5 acres in size. Lot 1 has an existing single-family residence. The property is located in Meridian's area of impact. Therefore, the Meridian Comprehensive Plan as adopted by Ada County is the applicable comprehensive plan. The future land use map designates the size low-density residential, which is intended for single-family homes at densities of 3 dwelling units or less per acre. The proposed subdivision is compatible with the adopted comprehensive plan. At this time, there are no written comments have been received on this application. Key agency comments include the following. The Boise Project Board of Control states that the Dexter lateral lies within the subdivision boundary, and they assert a easement of 27 feet north-northeast and 27 feet south-southwest of the Dexter lateral center line. The preliminary plat depicts the 30-foot canal easement. The Ada County engineer mentioned that the project is not in a groundwater management area or a critical groundwater area or area of drilling concern. However, the property is in a nitrate priority area. The Central District Health Department will require a land development application, test holes, and a full engineering report. The Ada County Highway District stated that the development is estimated to generate 9 vehicle trips per day and 1 vehicle trip per hour in the PM peak hour, based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual 11th edition. Also, the area roadways meet ACHD's level of service planning thresholds. The applicant will be required to dedicate right-of-way to total 50 feet from the center line of Victory Road, and they will also need to reserve the area 66 feet east of the site's west property line, extending north and south abutting the entire site for the Master Street Maps planned residential collector and ensure that no permanent structures are constructed. There is a condition of approval for this non-build area to be depicted on the final plat. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval of this application at their October 9th public hearing. Staff finds that the application complies with the Ada County Code and comprehensive plan and recommends approval to the board, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any question for our staff from the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and Brent, the water question, is the water adequate for this?
It is. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, in Zach's memo, Zach didn't indicate that an issue in this part of the county with the dropping water table. So based on that, I believe that this shouldn't really impact the groundwater table too much. And this property also, I think, has surface water rights as well. So that it should be able to have irrigation for the pasture and lawn areas.
Thank you. And another question?
Go ahead.
So the limitations on the water quality will be, is that going to be a condition of, to be addressed as well? Or just a cautionary note to them that they need to take that into consideration?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, it would be a cautionary note to them. And there are ways, there are filters and things like that that individual homeowners can put in their plumbing to kind of reduce the nitrates, that are coming from the well water.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the staff, from the board? Okay. Okay, anything else you need to give to us?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is the Antonio. Go ahead.
Good evening again. Antonio Conti, Ackerman Estival, 7655 West Riverside Drive. Thank you, Brent, for the presentation. We have no concern or comments in regards to the nitrate. That usually applies more to septic because that's where the high nitrate and the health department will be on top of that for us. So not any major concerns on our end. Any questions?
Okay, any questions for the applicant? No questions? All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else wishes to speak on this application that's here in the audience? Okay, I don't hear anybody, nobody signed up. Are there any additional documents needed to be added to the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my presentation will be exhibit number 42.
Okay, thank you, that'll be added to the record. I'll close the public hearing on application 2025-01074S-PR. The application, the public hearing being closed, I'll accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept application 2025-01074S-PR based on the findings, facts, conclusions of law, and the discussion this evening.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motions, you've heard the motions. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries, thank you. I'll open the public hearing on application 2025-01528-S and 2023-00319 DADM Hawkins Companies. Brent is going to give us a report. Go ahead, Brent.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, project number 2025-01528S is an application of a preliminary plat for 3 commercial lots in the Community Commercial District and a development agreement modification associated with project number 2023-00319 DA-DM. The property is located in southwest Boise near the intersection of South 5 Mile Road and West Lake Hazel Road. The property is located at 6080 South 5 Mile Road and contains 2.5 acres. The project is to create 3 separate lots for the existing commercial development. The applicant has stated in his detailed letter that the intent of the subdivision is to provide flexibility to buy, sell, and/or refinance individual parcels. Lot 1 will be 0.97 acres, and Lot 1 is the lot right here, kind of at the south. And this includes an AutoZone auto parts retail store. Lot 2, which is the middle lot, it will be 0.69 acres and is a Valvoline oil change store. And Lot 3, which is the northern lot, is 0.83 acres and is a Dutch Bros coffee shop. All 3 lots will be served via individual septic systems and Veolia Idaho's centralized water system. History of the development goes back to June 14, 2023, when the Board of Aid County Commissioners approved a zoning ordinance map amendment with a development agreement to rezone the subject property to the Community Commercial District, along with a master site plan for the AutoZone retail store and conceptual plans for a second retail pad. Later that year, the applicant came back with a modification to the master site plan and a development agreement modification which added a third retail pad. In 2024, master site plan applications were submitted and approved for the Valvoline Oil Change and Dutch Brothers Coffee Shop. The improvements on the property have been previously approved and the buildings have been constructed. This project essentially just splits the parcel into 3 separate lots. Access within the subdivision will be through a continuous service drive with a single access point onto South 5 Mile Road. There is an existing cross-access easement that runs through the subdivision and provides access to the McDonald's parcel to the south and will provide future access for the property to the north when that property redevelops in the future. We have received comments from a neighbor who has a complaint about light from the commercial businesses trespassing onto his property. He would like for the application to be put on hold until the light issue is resolved. He has also expressed concerns about the noise coming from the Dutch Bros, as well as the music they play when they are open and noise from cars in the queue from the Dutch Bros. Key agency comments include the following. The Ada County Highway District stressed the importance of requiring cross-access easements, which this development will have. The Boise Fire Department, on behalf of the Whitney Fire District, responded they've reviewed and can approve the application subject to compliance with the provisions in the International Fire Code. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend approval of the application at their October 9th public hearing. Staff finds that this application complies with the Ada County Code and the comprehensive plan and recommends approval to the board, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions of our staff?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
My question is, we've approved a variety of things as you explained there. So based on what we've already approved, what are we approving now in relation to what we've already approved?
So basically, if I go back to kind of the site plan here, basically, you would be approving kind of these lot lines. So right now, this is 1 2.5 acre parcel. What you'd be approving is a subdivision where you'd be creating 3 separate lots. So the Dutch Bros would be on its own lot, the AutoZone would be on its own lot, and then the Valvoline would be on its own lot as well.
Separating into individual lots.
Yes.
That's what we're
Commissioner
talking-
Daly, yep.
That's the only thing we're talking about tonight.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Did the P&Z have anything to say about the light and noise issues?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, the P&Z Commission didn't, so the letter that's been received from the neighbor to the north came in between the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing and the board's hearing. So there wasn't a letter in the record from the neighbor when the Planning and Zoning Commission made the recommendation to you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Brent. Is Ethan in? Go ahead, Ethan. Give us your name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ooh, that's hot. Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Ethan Mansfield with Hawkins Companies. Address is 855 West Broad Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I don't have a little clicker, so Brent, if you wouldn't mind, can you
Sure.
be my clicker?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. Yep, I'll be brief because I think Brent did a very comprehensive and great job kind of reviewing what the application is for and why we're here tonight. So this site, next slide, please. This site's located just northeast of the Lake Hazel and 5 Mile intersection. It's 2.5 acres. Next slide, please. And this was rezoned to C2 in 2023. I believe you three were the wonderful gentlemen who approved this application. We then constructed the buildings. So we have 3 buildings constructed on a single lot across 2024 and 2025. Next slide, please, Brent. On the south side is AutoZone. The middle one, next slide, please, is Valvoline. And then the next slide, please, is Dutch Brothers on the north side. Next slide, please, Brent. Thank you. So as you can see here, all we're requesting this evening is to split the existing property, all of which have C of Os for the operating buildings, operating businesses, split them into 3 lots shown here. We're not requesting any variances to setbacks or dimensional standards or any of that stuff. Next slide, please. Some additional fun pictures. Next slide, please. More fun pictures, just showing the state of the site, kind of what it looks like. C of O has been granted. Next slide, please. So we're respectfally requesting approval of 2025-01528S and 2023-00319 DADM, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, I have a question. I mean, why are you doing this? Is this for financing purposes? Because the buildings are already built and already operational, right?
Commissioner Beck, absolutely, they're operational, they're already built. We would like the flexibility to either refinance or sell. We have no immediate plans, but essentially, it allows us the flexibility to treat those as 3 properties instead of a single property.
For whatever purpose, either for financing or for sale. Okay. That's-
Exactly.
Well, that's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to hear you said. Any other,
Yes, sir.
any other question? Okay. All right, thank you.
Well,
Oh, you have a question? Oh, go ahead.
the question that was, do we have somebody else signed up for?
Nope, nobody else signed up.
The question that was raised in terms of the comments that the staff made, what's your reaction to that?
Absolutely. Commissioner Daly, I'm assuming you're talking about the code compliance complaint
Correct.
that was submitted by our neighbor to the north, Mike Myers.
Correct.
So yeah, we actually have been in touch with the code compliance officer, and we're committed to addressing the issue. We actually sent over our photometric plan, and we're actually confirming that that photometric plan is in fact accurate. The photometric plan shows that no lights trespassing on the property, but we do want to confirm that because we want to respect our neighbors, and at the same time understanding that, this is a commercial use, so, there will be some impact. And in addition, we're going to install an additional, so the light poles on that side have built-in light shields. That's the way we get to 0-foot candles at the property boundary. But we're committed to installing an additional light shield on the light that's actually closest to Mr. Myers' property, just to further mitigate any sort of impact. That's regardless of what the photometric plan shows.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to wait to ask about that until the neighbor testified, but since they're not here, I guess we'll just go off their general statements. But appreciate you speaking to that and working to be a good neighbor. It's always tough when you get a residential right up next to a commercial. There's obviously going to be some impact. So thanks for trying to address that. Obviously, there's going to be still probably some issues that you're in compliance with all of our ordinances, but there still may be distractions that are allowed within the ordinance. So, I mean, if there's any way you can go above and beyond to try to keep the neighbors happy, maybe a sign in the drive-through that just says, please be quiet for our neighbors, or some kind of gentle reminder for people not to crank their stereo up when they're in the drive-through in the summer, or just any little things you could do to help out I'm sure would be appreciated by the neighbor.
Commissioner Davidson, absolutely. And one thing we have done is spoken with each of the operators and kind of talked to them about, hey, this complaint's been filed, just be aware that exists. Please, be respectful of the neighbor.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, Brent, are there any documents need to be added to the record?
There is, Mr. Chairman. Exhibit number 46 will be staff's presentation. And exhibit number 47 will be the applicant's presentation.
Okay, good enough. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01528S and 2023-00319 DADM. The application, the public hearing being closed, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve applications number 202-501-528-S and 202-300-319-DA-DM, based on the conclusions of law and findings of fact in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion, especially the commitment of them to work with their neighbors.
Yeah. Well, particularly the buildings are already built and so forth, and it's already being used. Okay, well, you've heard the motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing on application 2025-01820V, Dan Sessions. We'll have our staff, Michaela Owens, give us a report. Michaela, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, I'm presenting project 2025-01820-V. That shows up different on here than it does on here. Do you know how to make that work? I clicked this one and this one, and neither of those worked. Brent, what did you do?
I had to go to the slideshow on top.
Tried that. Okay, awesome. Thanks, Eli. Okay, sorry for that short delay. So tonight I'm presenting project 2025-01820-V. It's an application by Dan Sessions for a variance to encroach the required setbacks within the R2 low-density residential district in order to construct a carport. The project location is 10786 West Onondaga Drive in Boise, Idaho. It's located west of South 5 Mile and north of West Amity Road. The property is a corner lot, which you can see here, and it has frontage on a local road on two sides, the west side and the south side of the property, and it's approximately half an acre. The required setback from that front property line is 25 feet, and from the street side setback, it's going to be 20 feet in the R2 district. So the applicant is proposing to construct a carport in the southwest corner of the lot. You can see the dotted lines here showing where that proposed carport is going to go, and it's west of that existing garage on the site. The proposed location of this carport encroaches into those required front and side yard setbacks. The applicant indicated in their detailed letter that the location of the carport is constrained on the site by the existing structures that are there, as well as the drain field and the septic tanks, which you can see portrayed on the site on this slide here. Just to give you a little bit of additional context, this red square is where that proposed carport is going to go, and you can see some of the existing nature of the site, a more like straightforward view for this upper one, and then a little bit to the right for the lower picture. So the applicant is requesting the carport as an additional parking structure in order to cover their truck during the winter, so they don't need to scrape it every morning, which can be very hazardous in winter conditions. So as you know, and as you're very familiar with at this point, there's three findings that must be met in order to grant a variance. The first is that the variance does not grant a right or special privilege not otherwise allowed in the base district. The applicant is requesting relief from base district standards, which would grant a right or special privilege not otherwise allowed. The second finding is that there needs to be an undue hardship due to unique site characteristics that would be relieved by granting the variance. This property meets the minimum dimensional standards for the R2 district, and there are some existing structures or area on the site that could be utilized for some covered parking, and that's where the carport could potentially be constructed. The final finding is that the variance not be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare, and we've received no comments indicating that granting the variance would be detrimental. The project was transmitted to various agencies, and there were no objections received. The comments were very standard, including the need for a building permit, and no public comments were received on the application. However, the project does not comply with Ada County Code, so staff must recommend denial of the application, but I stand for any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The question for staff is the undue hardship. Could you go back to the picture again of the, okay, so based on where are you suggesting that the carport could be other than where they're proposing?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, I hesitate to design it from the bench, but there's some existing structures on the site that could potentially be utilized for parking. There's existing parking areas on the property. The need for a covered parking spot is not necessarily a hardship that's created due to characteristics of the site. It's a personal hardship, so we weren't able to, as staff, recommend approval.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
And how far is he proposing to encroach into the setback?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson, I don't have the exact number that they're proposing to encroach, but I don't think it's more than 5 feet into that required setback. As you can see, it's a little bit constrained on this. Right here, you can see that the actual property line sits in a little bit closer to the site than where you'd think it would be at this edge of sidewalk. So they're just slightly encroaching into that requirement.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the neighborhood itself, what's the character of the neighborhood in relation to what we're talking about here?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, it's a medium density. It's technically called low density, but it's the R2 district, so 2 units per acre, essentially. Most of the area is like this, where it's about half-acre lots.
Thank you.
Could you bring up the picture where it has the front, and, okay, right there. So the side where he wants to put his carport, there's a road on that side. There's no neighbors or anything, correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. So I think across the street, there's some neighbors, but yeah,
Across
the
the
most,
street,
the closest thing is the roadway.
And that's where it encroaches 5 feet is in, a setback, it's 25 feet from the property line?
So, Mr. Chair, it's 20 feet from the
20
street side and then 25 feet from the front.
Okay, so he's not encroaching on the front, it's on the side, it's 5 feet on the side.
It appeared that there was a slight encroachment on the front, so I'm just including in the variance that there might be a slight encroachment on the front, but the primary encroachment is going to be on that side.
Okay, go ahead, any other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Again, back to what the chairman was talking about. So, back to my question about the character of the neighborhood. This would not, it is 5 feet, so it wouldn't impact the sidewalk or any of the other characteristics of the neighborhood, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, no, it's not going to affect the sidewalk or the roadway in any way.
Thank you.
Okay, and
Sure.
go ahead.
If this was approved, how is he going to access it? Would he have to extend the driveway and then an access from the road, or would he just drive off the driveway into the grass and under the carport? Do you have any idea?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson, they didn't specify exactly how they were going to access. I was under the impression they'd utilize their existing driveway and then pull off to the side. I'm not sure whether they wanted to put down gravel or they wanted to do paving, so I would recommend asking the applicant about that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
okay, go ahead.
But that would not impact that's part of the variance that you're considering if they wanted to do any of those things you described.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, no, that would not be, because structures are what encroach variances. So if they just wanted to park a car there, they could do that now. They don't require a variance for that. It's the structural part encroaching the setback where we require that variance.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
I have one more question. That you said that the applicant wants to do that so that his car could be out of the frost in the wintertime, and there's a 2-car garage sitting right there. Does he use that?
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend you speak to the applicant about that.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for Michaela? No. All right, no questions. All right, is the applicant here? Oh, come on. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dan Sessions, 10786 West Onondaga Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83709. And I'm 80 years old, and I have had triple bypass surgery, I have had 3 back surgeries, and I am blind in one eye. And so I use my truck, 4-wheel drive for when the ice and the snow is on. And so I am a little cautious when I try to get up to scrape the windows and get the snow off in the wintertime. So we thought about putting on a carport, and we thought at first one of those Costco, Amazon-type carports, which the neighbors were not real thrilled about hearing. And so I said, well, I could build a regular carport, just extending the roof line from the garage and putting where I already parked the truck in the wintertime. And I don't park it there very often, but if we were to make a permanent structure, I would drive up the driveway and then put gravel on the side to access that part. The only part of the encroachment is a 6-by-6 post that would go into the ground to carry the beam that would carry the roof over the top, which is about 9.5 feet above. So there's no safety issue as far as people being able to see as they turn the corner coming either way for kids on bikes, et cetera, that you have a good clear vision on the thing. One of the issues that I did find, and I did bring copies, and this is our first time trying to do anything like this, is that on the plat map, which is included within all of these reports, but there's no pages, so I made copies of them. But the plat map says that the street itself, not including the sidewalk, in that subdivision is 50 feet wide. Then the 4 foot for the sidewalks. The streets actually are 37 feet wide. And so if you measure from the street edge, come across the sidewalk and come up to where I'm trying to put this post, it's well within the front of, it's 22 feet from where the edge of the street is at. And as far as the question, and not to correct Michaela, and thank you for your help, is that as far as from the front of the property back, it's much further than 25 feet back. So it's not encroaching the variance from the front. It's only on the side if we know where the property line really is. And that was what it was. I did obtain a building permit, and I went and I started construction on it. I dug the footing foundation and called for an inspection, and that's when the inspector says, well, where is the property line? Where are the pins? And this being 50 years ago, there's no more pins. We could only find 2 pins in the center of each cul-de-sac. We could locate them, but this doesn't affect there. So all I'm trying to do is build a carport and make it so that it's safe for the neighbors and have it so the neighbors like the looks of it, that it blends in with the house, rather than bringing in one of the Costco ones and setting it there as a temporary basis. But is there any other
Any
questions?
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. So what you're saying is the neighbors are comfortable with what you are proposing to do?
I have honestly visited with at least 20 neighbors around here. I think there's 58 that meet within that I mailed out all the stuff to. But I've talked with them, and I've had offers of them to say, let us come over and help you build that. We don't want you up on top of the thing. And I said, okay, I'll take you up on that. So anyway, but no, none of the neighbors have here. In fact, I had 2 neighbors ask if they needed to come down for support, and I said, no, it's okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, go ahead.
And then clarification for, the size of the road is not what the easement to build the road was, it's narrower than,
It's narrower. It was supposed to be, as it shows, and I can submit the thing to be included. On the plat, it shows that the road is 50 feet wide and then 4 foot for each of the sidewalks. And I have a picture in here to submit of my wife and I with the tape going across, and it shows that it is 37 feet to right up to the edge from edge of the sidewalk to the edge of the sidewalk.
Mr. Chairman, that'll be included in the record if you give it to her after we talk.
Sure,
Then
be more than
that
happy
will be
to.
included in the record. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Chair?
Go ahead.
They have another question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you have any better pictures of what your design was going to look like, or?
I do. I can resubmit. I mean, I don't. I'm not sure if I have them with me. I believe I do, but I mean, all of this is just 2 posts and then extending the roof line at the very same 412 pitch and coming out 14 feet from the edge of the garage, tying in 1 beam onto the garage and 1 beam onto the post that goes into the ground. And there's 2 posts.
Did you kind of look over your whole property and see if there was anywhere else that it might work that wasn't in the setback?
I did, and the reason that we chose this area, I mean, there could be a place where there is a fish pond in the back that we could put it possibly back there, but this was just being able to get easy access from going out of the house, through the garage, and going to the car, rather than having to walk down the other 200 feet down to somewhere else that you could do it. That was the reason, was just strictly for ease. And I've already been parking the car there, the truck there, and because the fence fits around it, so.
What about maybe just putting a carport over the driveway? Would that work?
I think I would be encroaching if I put it over the driveway, then the post would be encroaching on the 25-foot setback. I would be encroaching at worst that way. But it was a good question.
Question for
go-
staff.
go ahead.
Mr. Chair. I've seen in other cities, they have ordinances that say you can't park a car on an unpaved surface. I don't really support that ordinance, but do we have anything like that in our code? Because if this does get approved, I wouldn't want them to get hung up on having to put pavement in.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't believe our zoning ordinance gets that specific. People can park on gravel, pavement. It's kind of up to them what they would like to improve and install. So no concerns there.
There are a number of areas in our neighborhood where next to the driveway, people right across the street from me, they have gravel in there that they park their truck on that's there, just to say that it wouldn't be uncommon, so.
So a lot of times there's ordinances that very few people follow, but as soon as you file a building permit, then you get an inspector on your property and you go, well, everybody else is doing it. But that's how people get hung up on these things, which is kind of what you found out. I'm assuming you started building and then you found out you might be encroaching. Is that what happened?
That's exactly it, so I've covered the holes. The holes are still there because I didn't want to fill them in if I got the opportunity to do it again, but I appreciate that. But thank you, Mr. Davison.
Okay. Is there any other questions? All I have here. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, give your information to Michaela and we'll include it in the record. Is there anyone else here tonight that would wish to speak to this application? Okay, and Michaela, you have some documents to be added to the record?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. I'll be adding the applicant's documents to the record. I'll also be adding my presentation to the record.
Okay, all right, good enough. I'll close then the public hearing on application 2025-01820 Dan Session. The application, or the hearing being closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm inclined to approve this based on what we've heard here, and this is a question for staff. So if we were to do that, we would need to approve it and then table it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that's correct. You could move to approve and then table to allow Michaela time to draft documents that support that motion. And we would recommend the November 25th open business meeting as a potential date to consider.
And just for what we would be doing at that November 25th meeting is not taking public comment, but we would just be reviewing the revised findings, fact, and conclusions of the law, correct?
Exactly.
Just for the public.
Okay, is there a motion?
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve project 2025-0182-0-V based on the finding, facts, and conclusions of law that revised ones that we will look at later, and then table it to the November 25th meeting so that we can actually review those changed findings, facts, and conclusions of law.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion to table this application till 11:25, to approve it then with the revised findings of fact and conclusions. Okay, that's the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Just to clarify the motion, you have to approve it first and then table.
That's what I did. My motion was to approve it, and then table it.
We approved it and tabled it
That was
in
my
the same motion.
Okay.
We okay? All right.
You understood it that way? Make sure everybody understands, otherwise I'll say it again.
Because I heard that you approved that application, you directed staff to prepare revised findings of facts and conclusions of law conditions to support that, and you'll take that up at your November 25th OBBM.
Yep,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
yeah.
I mean, I would say probably find hardship related to the applicant's physical health or condition needing to access the vehicle in the winter.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm sure Michaela will be able to review your
Yep.
comments and incorporate what makes sense to those findings.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll I'll open the public hearing on application 202501356 ZCDA BPA Brandon Bro. And would ask for Michaela to again give us a report. Thank you, Michaela.
Yeah, you're stuck with me for this one and one more.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening again, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So now I'm going to be presenting application 202501356 ZCDA PBA, which is an application by Brandon Bro and Devin Piscatelli for a zone change from rural preservation to rural residential, development agreement, and property boundary adjustment. So just to go over the project location, it's located off North Willow Creek Road, north of the intersection with West Quarter Drive. Eagle City Limits and BLM land borders the subject property to the north, which you can see here. Here's a close-up view of the site. It contains 3 properties addressed 5707, 5735, and 6021 North Willow Creek Road. In total, the properties consist of approximately 41.5 acres. To provide a little bit of context for the zoning landscape in the area, 2 of the 3 subject properties are already zoned rural residential. The 3rd property, addressed 5735 North Willow Creek Road, is zoned rural preservation. You can see that here in blue. The applicants are proposing to rezone just this property to rural residential and bring it in conformance with the minimum lot size of 10 acres for that district. As you can see on this slide, most of the surrounding zoning in the county in this area is already rural residential. This property is not located within an area of city impact despite abutting City of Eagle property. The Ada County Future Land Use Map designates most of the property as large lot, single-family residential. A small portion of the property, which you can see at the very north, is designated for rangeland given the proximity to BLM land. Given the large lot size of 10 acres, it could allow for continued grazing on the site, and the proposed rezone is consistent with Ada County's comprehensive plan. The applicant is also proposing a property boundary adjustment to reduce the size of the rezoned property from approximately 18.5 acres to about 11.5 acres, and then is going to use that property, that acreage to increase the size of the 2 adjacent properties, which is why they're included in this application, to approximately 15.5 acres each. The property boundary adjustment will allow for each of the properties to meet the minimum required lot size of the rural residential district. This application was transmitted to relevant agencies. No objections were received. The comments were standard, with some edits needed to the record of survey prior to recording. There were no public comments that were received on the application. And again, the only key condition of approval is making those edits to the record of survey to meet our county surveyor requirements. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this application at their September 11th, 2025 public hearing, and staff finds the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval of the application to the board. My presentation will be added to the record as an exhibit, and I stand for any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Just a clarification, did I understand you correctly that we would have to put an additional condition on the survey requirements, or was it that's already in the recommendation, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, that is already a condition of approval, so you don't need to add anything.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from staff? Okay, no question. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
You wish to speak?
I don't have anything to add to what Michaela said. I can answer any questions, but
All right.
she did a good job of.
All right, go ahead. Are there any questions?
Just state your name for the record.
Brandon Bro, 5707 Willow Creek Road, Eagle, Idaho.
All right. Any questions from the board? No questions? All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Michaela, do you have any other documents you need to add to the record?
Mr. Chair, nope, I already added my presentation, so nothing else needs added.
Okay, well, I will close the public hearing on application 20251-356 ZCDA BPA Brandon Bro. The public hearing being closed, is there a motion from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I move we approve application 202501356-ZC-DA-PBA based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the discussion this evening.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, I will now open a public hearing on application 2025-00469 ZCDAS, Michael Nuxall. We'll ask for Michaela. She's standing up here again. Go ahead and give us a presentation on the application. Thank you.
Staying busy tonight. All right. Tonight I'm presenting for the third time on 2025-00469 ZCDAS. It's an application for a zone change of a approximately 2.5 acre portion of a property from Southwest Community Residential to Airport Industrial, a development agreement and a preliminary plat for a subdivision named Working Class Acres, which is a 24 lot industrial subdivision. And this application is by Mike Nuxall. So the subject property is generally located between South Cole Road and South Curtis Road, south of West Victory Road, and north of the New York Canal, which you can see here. The property is a little bit more specifically located between South Cole Road and South Banner Street and contains approximately 30 acres of primarily undeveloped land in the Southwest Community Residential District and Airport Industrial District. This property was previously the location of a gravel pit, just for a little history there. The subject property is addressed off of Cole Road, but access to the site is provided off of South Banner Street, located to the east of the parcel through a continuous service drive that will run down the center of the property from east to west. The property is currently zoned primarily M3, which is Airport Industrial, and you can see that here on this slide in red, with 2.65 acres zoned Southwest Community Residential, which you can see here kind of in a teal green color. As you can see, there's both residential and industrial zoning in this area, with residential zoning located to the north and south of the project, and more industrial zoning to the southwest and east of the subject property. To speak a little bit to the comprehensive plan, the project is located in Boise's area of impact, and thus the Boise Comprehensive Plan is applicable. Most of the approximately 30-acre lot is indicated to be airport industrial, and that small portion, the 2.65 acres, is indicated with a future land use of large lot or rural. The section of that section of property lacks frontage and would not be able to be utilized independently of the primarily airport industrially zoned property. The entire subject property is located within Boise's airport industrial overlay, which does not support the expansion of residential uses, and therefore the rezone to airport industrial would be appropriate for this property. To speak now to the subdivision component, the applicant is proposing a 24-lot industrial subdivision named Working Class Acres. The lots vary in size from about 1.01 acres to 2.33 acres each. Access to the site, as mentioned previously, comes from South Banner Street via a commercial service drive, which allows the lots to meet the minimum requirements for the Airport Industrial District. The subdivision would also be located within Area B of the Airport Influence Area Overlay, which restricts further residential development. To speak a little bit to the natural features on the site, as mentioned previously, this property is a formal gravel pit. The site does have some unique natural features because of that, including some steep slopes above 15%, which you can see shown here in various shades of yellow. There's also some Zone AE floodway in the southwest corner of the site, and to the south of the site, there's some Zone AE flood hazard zones. This application was transmitted to relevant agencies, and the following are the comments that were received. Standard comment from the building official requiring a building permit, Whitney Fires requiring some fire hydrants for the subdivision and a code-compliant cul-de-sac. ACHD is approving it with some site-specific conditions that include some improvements to the nearby roadways. Community planning or long-range planning indicated that the rezone is appropriate given the airport overlay and the residential restrictions in that area because of the airport overlay. Central District Health found that a septic system could be installed on each lot. There is a limitation on the use and then the gallons of day allowable discharge due to the space that's available on each lot for a septic system and drain field. However, they have no objection and are just indicating that a development application is required for them to approve each individual septic system. Boise Airport indicated that they have no objections and that they would require a navigation easement on the property. And the Ada County engineer is recommending approval with conditions, including the approval of hillside and drainage applications where necessary. There were 2 written public comments that were received on this application. The first was that there's a resident that wants Ada County to change more generally the allowed uses within the Southwest Community Residential area to allow more flexibility and for there to be more standard allowances from lot to lot. As mentioned previously and as you saw on a previous slide, there's a mix of residential and industrial in the area, which can lead to some frustrations if you're not allowed to do the thing you want to do on your property. They are also looking for some specific use standards that would limit the types of future development, such as the ones that are proposed with this project. The second comment was from the South Cole Neighborhood Association, and they were concerned about the project as it relates to flood hazard areas on the property. As mentioned, the engineer is well aware of the flood areas that are nearby. I believe the applicant is aware of them as well, and they would need hillside and floodplain applications for any work that happens in those more sensitive areas. There are some key conditions of approval, mostly reflecting what we talked about in the comments, that an navigation easement is required, approval from Central District Health, compliance with those Ada County Highway District comments and conditions, compliance with Whitney Fire's requirements for fire hydrants and fire turnarounds, compliance with the Ada County engineer's requirements for hillside and other floodplain requirements, and then standard conditions for a final plat, including right to farm language and agency approval from those agencies mentioned. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this at their September 11th, 2025 public hearing and recommended approval of the application to the board, and staff finds that the application does comply with Ada County Code and recommends approval of this application. So I will be adding this presentation to the record as an exhibit. I stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so you indicated the flood zone as this, just for the record, you reviewed this in relation to the current updated FEMA, because they update this on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, we just got one today on their floodplain. So this has been reviewed in the context of the current FEMA floodplain.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, as up to date as I think we can be at this point. Yeah, it's the most updated one that we have available. And I would probably direct you to talk more specifically about that with our county engineer, because they review all of our floodplain applications.
Another question.
Go ahead.
I know it's not in this application, but just was it discussed in terms of that other piece of, the remaining piece of the property that does have access on Cole Road? Was it discussed? Because is that zoned airport commercial as well?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, yes. So that portion of the property is zoned airport industrial already, and it was split previously for a separate use and separate project application.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
did staff have any response to the public comments received?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson, I responded to the piece that indicated that there was concerns around floodplain and nearby hillside development, that we would have to get separate applications to be reviewed by the engineer for those concerns, but that primarily it appears that the applicant is trying to avoid those areas. When it comes to frustrations with being allowed or not being allowed to do something on your property when your neighbor is, I think this is really the opportunity to bring this more into compliance with how this area is developing and either supporting a fully residential use or more of an airport industrial use for this property.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Another question. Since this was a gravel pit, have they, they're obviously, they're going to fill it in or whatever, but I'm assuming they're going to flatten it or in some way contour its usage. There was never any sub in the gravel pit that, any indications of sub or anything like that would be flood prone either, correct?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, we took a look at what the hillside was. Let me see if I can get to that piece. And as you can see, it's kind of created some unnatural changes in what the grading is like. And so I think probably a grading application is going to be necessary, which will require the review of the engineer. In terms of what's going on underneath the soil, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Michaela. All right, is the applicant here? Are you Jake? Are you Jake or Mike?
Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
Mike Duxell, 9983 West Harness Drive, Boise, 09.
All right.
And I really have nothing more to add to what Michaela has already presented. She does a really fine, thorough job, but I stand for any questions.
All right, any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just tell us a little bit about your project. What do you envision building there?
As the plan showed, contractors' yards. There's a real need on this end of the valley, the east end of the valley, for contractors' yards. I've been a contractor for 34 years, and many times over that course, small, guys will start a small company and they have no place to park their pickups, their vans, their tools, their equipment, whatever. Obviously, they can't park in these new subdivisions, so there's just a real need. And this property came up for sale, and I thought, wow, what a good thing to do with that and help meet the public's need. So that's the whole thing right there.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just the answer to the question. So how long have you owned the property?
About a year and a half now.
So you don't know of any, back to my question about the sub, because it was a gravel pit, was there any sub coming up there at any point in time?
No,
After.
the water table's down fairly deep. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's no indication of water, no indication of any environmental hazards that have happened over the years. It just, where they stopped digging, it's still sand and gravel.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is Jake Stanwyck, are you here? Do you want to speak? No comment. Okay, all right, good enough. All right, Michaela, are there any other documents need to be added to the record?
Mr. Chair, nope, no other documents.
Okay, good enough. I'll close the public hearing on application 202500469 ZCDAS Michael Nuxall. The application being closed. The board can make a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve project number 202500469-ZC-DA-S based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Michaela. Sure you don't want to stick that for another?
I'm sure. I'll let someone else have some fun.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will open the public hearing on application 2025-01621 V. Lane Lewis, a variance. And we'll have Doug Holton make a presentation. Go ahead, Doug.
Alrighty. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 202501621-V is an application for a variance for an existing structure to encroach into the side setback. The property is generally located at 9148 North Willowview Lane. The property contains 80 acres and it is within the Rural Preservation District. The property also features steep slopes and is within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District. The property is not within an area of impact, but Eagle City limits are directly to the north. The area is rural and rangeland. This slide shows the further context of the property where structures are located. This slide shows the structure that does not meet the 25-foot side property line setbacks for the Rural Preservation District. The structure is approximately 17 feet from the side property line. This slide shows the steep slopes on the site, which significantly impact possible locations of structures on the site. Some agency comments provided were that the Eagle Fire Department, Central District Health Department, and Idaho Department of Fish and Game either had no comments or no concerns for this variance proposal. The Ada County building official also has no objection to the proposal. A retroactive building permit may be required for unpermitted buildings over 200 square feet, and building permits will be required for any new structures. To approve the variance, 3 findings must be made. The variance does not grant a special right or privilege not otherwise allowed in the base district. The variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site, and the variance is not detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Staff finds that the variance will not grant a special right or privilege that is not otherwise allowed in the base district, as accessory structures on agricultural properties within the Rural Preservation District are permitted. The accessory structure has been in place since the early 2000s, and staff finds that there is precedent by the Board of County Commissioners granting approval of variances for structures encroaching into required setbacks. Staff finds that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. The property features steep slopes that range from 15% grades to over 50% grades. Because of this, approximately 7.5 of the 80 acres of this property is not considered a steep slope, and buildable locations are significantly limited. The structure could be located elsewhere on the property that does not feature a steep slope, but doing so would impact the existing agricultural uses and operations. The variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare because the accessory structure has been in place since the early 2000s and has not been a concern of adjacent property owners and none have provided comment opposed or in favor of the variance. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. Staff encourages the board to consider testimony presented at this hearing for their decision. This presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? Go ahead.
Brief question. So it's not in the Eagle area of impact, even though it's adjacent to the Eagle City limits?
Correct, yes.
And did Eagle make a comment?
No, they did not.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Lewis in the audience?
Mrs.
Lane? Oh, I'm sorry. You're Mrs. Lane Lewis, huh?
Happens all the time.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate the opportunity to come here. Thank you, Doug, for working this with us. And,
Could you give your name and address?
oh, sorry, Lane Lewis, 9148 North Willowview Lane, Eagle, Idaho.
Okay,
I really have nothing to add. It's, we've had the property since 2015, and that structure was there when we bought it. That's what houses our house is completely off-grid as well, and that's what houses our solar panels and all our batteries.
oh, okay,
There's no real other place to put it.
all right. Any question from the board? Any question? Okay, go ahead.
Tell us a little bit about the structure.
Oh, it's, I'm not sure the size of it off the top of my head. Little over 200 square feet, maybe. It's, it has a garage door that we put one of our ag vehicles in, and then a man walk-through door. It has battery bank in it and generators.
So you're totally off grid.
Yep,
How's that working out?
it's great.
Yeah,
We love it.
good. And then you've looked over the grounds for granting a variance, and you feel you meet all 3 requirements?
We do, with staff's help.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Lane.
Thanks.
All right, are there any other documents need to be out of the record?
No, Commissioner, they're not.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on application 2025-01621V Lane Lewis. Okay, is there a motion from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve application 2025-01-621-V based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the staff report and the discussion this evening.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, You're going to stay up for another one, are you? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on application 2025-01671 BAC Bob Nyhoff Design. Okay, go ahead, or we'll have our staff give us a report. Doug, go ahead.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01671-VAC is an application for a vacation of an easement that restricts dwellings and sanitary drain fields for Lot 4, Block 1 of the Eagle North Estate subdivision due to an intermittent channel that no longer exists. If approved, the applicant intends on building a single-family home on the center of the property. The property is located at 975 West Meander Court and contains 5.02 acres within the Rural Urban Transition District. The property is within Eagle's area of city impact, and Eagle city limits are approximately 300 feet to the east. The southern half of the property is located within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District. This slide shows further context of the site as it exists today. This slide shows the existing restrictions on the site, which includes an easement that restricts dwelling and sanitary drain fields throughout most of the property. These restrictions were put in place due to an intermittent channel going through the site. Based off of information from the Ada County Engineer and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, this intermittent channel no longer exists. The proposed site plan on the right shows the location of a new single-family dwelling located within the area that restricts dwellings. The existing home is planned to be demolished while the existing shop will remain. Some of the agency comments received were that the Ada County building official has no objections to this proposal. A building permit will be required for the demolition of the existing house as well as for the new dwelling. The southern half of the property is within the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District. The Ada County Highway District had no comment. And the Ada County Surveyor commented that the vacation description closes and matches the area listed and the dimensioning of the plat for the Eagle North Estate subdivision. Staff finds that this application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval to the board. Staff encourages the board to consider testimony presented at this hearing for their final decision. And this presentation will be an exhibit to the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
can you go back to the picture of the site? So where was the intermittent channel that was previously designated? And just for the record,
Yeah.
how is it ascertained, again, you'd probably be partially repetitious, but how was it ascertained that that no longer exists?
It was based off of information I received from the Ada County Engineer and the Army Corps of Engineers that have data following information on stuff like this. And you can kind of see where the channel was going through the northeastern section of the property to towards the south.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
And so based on the development, et cetera, that's north, correct?
Correct, yes.
That's north of it. That's partially the reason for the channel is not operative anymore.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you wish to speak?
If you would like me to.
Yeah, it's up to you.
I actually have nothing to say. Doug did a great job. If you have any questions, I can come up and answer them.
All right, is there any questions for the applicant? No, no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there any documents need to be added for the record?
Aside from this presentation, no, there are not.
Okay, I will then close the public hearing on close public hearing on application 2025-01671 VAC. Rob Nyhoff Design. Okay, the application is, or the hearing is being closed, and I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve application number 202-501-671-VAC based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff report and the testimony heard this evening.
I second the motion.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, before we take up this next item, there's been a request for a 5-minute break, which we will take, and I will add, by the way, that during the 5-minute break that we're going to take, I only have 6 people signed up to testify. If that's all that wants to testify, then that's what we'll hear. If you didn't sign up and would like to testify, please sign a sheet at the end of the room down there, so we'll know who's going to testify, okay? Or are there some online that wish to testify?
No, there's nobody currently online.
Okay, so if anyone wishes to testify, we're going to take a break. We'll be breaking for a few minutes. Did we have more people sign up on that list? I need the list back if we did. All right, we'll now I'll open the public hearing on application 2024-02701 CPA, PC SVP LLC. And yes, we've had a few additions to the list. We want to make sure everybody got a chance. And that's why we didn't wanted to have you sign up. All right, we'll first hear from our staff. Brent Danielson will give us a report, and then we'll hear from the applicant, and we'll give the applicant 15 minutes to make his presentation, and then the people that have signed up, you have a maximum of 3 minutes, and we wish you not to, when you speak, to not repeat things that's been said before, and keep your comments strictly to the application. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, project number 2024-02701 PC-CPA is a comprehensive plan map and text amendment to establish the Shadow Valley Planned Community Subarea. The comprehensive plan map amendment will designate the subject property as planned community on the Ada County Future Land Use Map, and the comprehensive plan text amendment will adopt the Shadow Valley Planned Community Subarea Comprehensive Plan as the applicable comprehensive plan for the property. The proposed comprehensive plan map and text amendment is the first step of a two-step process for establishing a planned community in Ada County. The first application, which is the application before you, is the Planned Community Planned Community Comprehensive Plan Amendment application. This application will designate the property as planned community on the future land use map and adopt the Shadow Valley Comprehensive Plan for the site. The purpose of this application is to analyze existing conditions of the site and regional impacts from the proposed development to determine the appropriateness of the location and feasibility of the development success. The second application is the Planned Community Implementation Plan application. This application will adopt a zoning map and ordinance for the planned community and include more detailed information regarding design and infrastructure. Both applications require extensive outreach. There are scoping sessions with other public agencies, and there are 2 public involvement sessions with registered neighborhood groups and property owners within a mile of the site. The applicant has submitted detailed reports and analysis demonstrating the development will adequately address Ada County's planned community requirements and standards regarding population, school facilities, economic development, land use, natural resources, hazardous areas, urban public facilities, transportation, recreation, special areas or sites, housing, and community design. The applicant has submitted in addition, an outside consultant with expertise in transportation planning, environmental planning, and economic development reviewed the applicant's traffic impact study, wildlife habitat inventory and assessment, and economic development analysis to ensure accuracy and compliance with Ada County Code. The proposed Shadow Valley Planned Community will consist of approximately 395 homes on 560 acres of land, generally located east of Highway 55 between Spring Creek Way and Brookside Lane, and east of Highway 55, north of High Valley Way within the rural residential and rural preservation districts. The community consists of the Foothill Estates West, which is on the northwest side of Highway 55, and the Golf Course Estates, which is on the east side of Highway 55. The surrounding area includes a mix of land uses. To the north are undeveloped phases of the Avamore Planned Community. To the south is the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community. To the west is a mixture of rural residential and rangeland, and to the east is rural residential. The Avamore Planned Community to the north of the site is envisioned to have approximately 10,000 homes at full build-out. The Shadow Valley Planned Community will include a variety of housing, commercial, recreational, and open space land uses. The Foothill Estates West portion of the development will have approximately 89 detached single-family homes and 7 acres of developed open space and 118 acres of dedicated natural open space. The Golf Course Estates East portion of the development includes the existing Shadow Valley Golf Course, approximately 20 acres of additional developed open space, 306 housing units comprised of attached and detached single-family homes, and 12.5 acres of commercial land uses. In addition to the existing food and beverage options provided within the Shaw Valley Golf Course Clubhouse, an outdoor food court with a beverage service building, outdoor seating, and food truck parking is proposed to provide additional dining options. There are also plans for the Stone Crossing Event Center to be incorporated into the planned community. In addition, there is a civic space off Brookside Lane, which will include an Ada Community Library book drop-off location and school bus parking and storage for the West Ada School District. The surrounding area is in transition. According to the City of Eagle's future land use map and their comprehensive plan, it shows that Eagle has plans to expand into the area between Highway 16 and Highway 55 up to the county line. Eagle has already annexed land and given entitlements to large-scale developments such as Avamore and Valnova in the foothills between Highway 16 and Highway 55. In addition, Eagle has made a request to expand their area of impact up to the county line. As part of the application process, the applicant is required to prepare a planned community sub-area comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan has goals and policies addressing population, school facilities and transportation, economic development, land use and vision for the planned community, natural resources, hazardous areas, urban public services, transportation, recreation, special areas or sites, housing, and community design. There are 3 residential zones proposed within the community. The residential estate zone will be located within the Foothill Estates West portion of the development, and the lot sizes in this zone will range from 1 to 5 acres. The medium-low density zone will have average lot size of less than an acre, and then the medium density zone will have average lot sizes between 0.16 to 0.2 acres in size. The proposed planned community will have significant recreational opportunities as there will be foothills trails for hiking and biking, the 145-acre Shaw Valley Golf Course, parks, and sport courts. Potable water will be provided to the development through a standalone public water system utilizing on-site wells, which will require approval from the Iowa Department of Water Resources. If unable to secure adequate groundwater rights to serve the development, the applicant proposes to connect to the Viola water system. The community wastewater treatment facility will provide water treatment for the golf course estate's east portion of the development, which will require approval from the Iowa Department of Environmental Quality, and individual septic systems for the Foothills Estates West area, which will require approval from the Central District Health Department. A traffic impact study was developed in coordination with ITD and ACHD that outlines off-site roadway improvements that will be required to mitigate the impact of the development on surrounding roadways. Mitigations include the addition of a 2-way left turn lane on Highway 55 and Spring Creek Way, which is up here. The addition of a northbound right turn lane and southbound left turn lane on Highway 55 onto High Valley Way, which is right here. A new roadway connection will be provided between Brookside Lane and Spring Creek Lane east of the Shaw Valley Golf Course, which will improve connectivity in the area, and it would allow residents in the Spring Creek Estates number 2 and number 3 subdivisions to have access to a traffic signal on Highway 55 rather than just the stop sign at Spring Creek Way. Planned communities are required to provide urban public services in accordance with minimum service level standards. There are standards for electricity, telephone, water, wastewater treatment, law enforcement, fire protection, EMS, schools, transportation, natural and developed open space, and libraries. In addition, planned communities are also required to provide a minimum of 6 additional services in addition to the basic urban public services. These standards could be additional open space, workforce housing, rental housing, energy and water efficiency standards, a mixed-use district, walkability, and additional trip capture. The Ada County Code allows for the board to waive or alter one or more of the public service standards on a case-by-case basis. The applicant has requested waivers on the following urban public service standards: school site, library site, mixed-use district, and multifamily housing. The applicant stated the following reasons for the waivers in their detailed letter. The Shaw Valley Golf Course is constrained by topography, which allows an extensive quantity of natural and developed open space with connected trails, systems benefiting neighboring communities. The vision of the community provides commensurate housing products that fit within the constraints of surrounding approved land uses and planned communities. The applicant also mentions that neighboring planned communities are providing services within a few miles of the proposed Shaw Valley community, including school sites, a library, commercial services, and other various recreational amenities. For example, Shaw Valley will only generate 109 school-aged children, and there is an existing charter school in Avamore and a site for a proposed charter school in Dry Creek Ranch. In addition, the applicant feels that given the size and shape of the Shaw Valley landmass, requiring additional public service offerings may negatively impact the overarching land use pattern of the sub-area region that includes the proposed Shaw Valley planned community, Dry Creek Ranch, and the Spring Creek subdivisions. Several agencies, Several agencies have provided comments on the application. Key agency comments include the following. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services noted that there was a possibility of slick-spot peppergrass located on the site. The slick-spot peppergrass habitat assessment has since been performed for the site, which found there to be no suitable habitat for slick-spot peppergrass present on the property. The Idaho Department of Fish and Game mentioned that the development plans to incorporate some of their suggestions relating to fencing, feeding of wildlife, ornamental plants, and controlling pets and potential wildlife attractants through design guidelines and CCNRs for the development to minimize impacts to big game species. They also noted that the wildlife habitat conversion and fragmentation along the foothills is occurring at an alarming rate and that foothill areas are important for wintering big game species. The Eagle Fire District will require a secondary access agreement for the north portion of the development to be finalized at the implementation plan application. The Ada County Sheriff's Office and EMS responded that the secondary access proposed for the portion of the development west of Highway 55 would be acceptable for them if approved by the Eagle Fire District. The Ada County building official noted that the property is within the wildland-urban interface and a fire protection plan is required. The Ada County engineer for the implementation plan wants an addendum to the water facility plan identifying groundwater level drawdown and horizontal distance of the influence zone at full build-out. While the subject property is not within an area of impact, the City of Boise responded that they were not supportive of the application as they feel development of this intensity should be limited to cities where the necessary infrastructure to serve it already exists. They also cited concerns regarding traffic, emergency services, wildlife, wildfires, and water quality. The Idaho Transportation Department responded that roadway improvements will be required as the addition of a northbound left turn lane at Highway 55 and High Valley Way and a southbound left turn lane and northbound right turn lane at Highway 55 and Spring Creek Way. The Ada County Highway District replied that they have accepted the traffic impact study and agreed with the mitigations proposed along Highway 55. They noted that their master street map shows a future collector roadway crossing through the northern portion of the development for which a corridor should be preserved. The City of Eagle provided comments on the draft trails plan for the proposed development for alignment with the City of Eagle Pathways and Trails Master Plan. They have requested a blanket easement on the portion of the property that includes existing and/or proposed pathways and trails as depicted in Map 9 of the 2019 Eagle and Pathways Trails Master Plan. The Central District Health Department will require test holes and a full engineering report for the Foothill Estates west portion of the project. The Community Planning Association of Southwest Idaho, Compass, provided a Communities in Motion Development Review checklist evaluating how the proposed project aligns with the goals of the Communities in Motion Regional Long-Range Transportation Plan. The checklist shows that Highway 55 is not a safe or comfortable major road for bicyclists or pedestrians, and that the development is not near a bus stop, public school, public park, or economic activity center. It does know that there is no impact on surrounding farmland and there is a positive net fiscal impact. Several members of the public have provided comments on this application. The Golden Eagle Audubon Society asks that riparian areas and open spaces be protected to the extent possible, that wildfire risk and water usage be minimized, and that the development be designed to reduce negative impacts to birds. The most prominent issues raised by nearby residents are the Stone Crossing Event Center, the West Ada School District bus parking and storage area, traffic, water, fire safety, wildlife impact, and density and character of the area. For the Stone Crossing Event Center, several people expressed concerns with the proposal to designate the Stone Crossing property located on the north side of Brookside Lane as neighborhood commercial due to potential adverse impacts with associated traffic, lighting, and noise that could adversely impact residential properties to the south. West Ada School District bus parking residents were concerned about potential noise, exhaust, and traffic impacts of the school bus parking area off Brookside Lane. Regarding traffic concerns, people feel that Highway 55 and the streets in the area are inadequate as the area is already congested and that additional traffic generated by the proposed development will further exacerbate the traffic congestion, especially during weekends and holidays. Concerns were also voiced regarding Spring Creek Way because of its steep grade and narrowness. For water, people are concerned about wells in the area and feel that the development will further strain groundwater resources in the area. Regarding fire safety, residents are of the opinion that the addition of more homes to this area will increase fire risk. For wildlife impact, people feel that the development will adversely impact big game migration routes and corridors. For density and character of the area, residents believe that the proposed development will change the rural character of the area and feel that the proposed density is not compatible with the surrounding area. Concerns regarding the adverse impacts associated with the commercial designation of the Stone Crossing property and the West Ada School District bus parking and storage area located on Brookside Lane could be addressed in the implementation plan through zoning ordinance restrictions regarding noise, lighting, parking, and hours of operation to ensure compatibility with the residential properties to the south. Regarding traffic, a traffic impact study has been developed in coordination with ITD and ACHD that outlines mitigation measures for off-site roadway improvements to mitigate the impact of the development on the surrounding roadways. Water concerns could possibly be addressed through the applicant's water facility plan. The implementation plan will require an addendum to the water facility plan identifying groundwater level drawdown and horizontal distance of the influence zone at full build-out. Regarding fire safety, a wildfire safety plan has been developed for the community. The plan has provisions to minimize the spread of fire from wildland areas to structures and from structures to wildland areas, as well as to minimize ignition vulnerabilities from embers and low-intensity surface fire to structures and landscaping within the development. It should also be noted that the Eagle Fire District, in collaboration with the Bureau of Land Management, have plans to build a new fire station closer to the area near the intersection of Highway 55 and Beacon Light Road. Impacts to wildlife are addressed through the Natural and Wildlife Resources Analysis, which notes that natural and developed open space within the planned community will support continued movement of existing wildlife through the development. Also, CCNRs have provisions in place to reduce impacts to wildlife, and the implementation plan will require submittal of a wildlife and habitat management plan. Regarding density, the development has a low density of just 0.7 dwelling units per acre, which is less than 1 dwelling unit per acre. The lots in the Golf Course Estates portion of the development are clustered around the Shaw Valley Golf Course and are similar in size to the lots in the nearby Dry Creek Ranch planned community. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend denial of the project to the board. The commission found that the proposed planned community will adversely impact neighboring properties due to traffic impacts and a change in the neighborhood character. The commission the Planning and Zoning Commission in their deliberation mentioned that they wanted to see bigger lots by the golf course. Staff is recommending approval of the project to the board. Staff finds that the site is an appropriate site for a planned community and that many of the concerns raised by the public can be mitigated and addressed in the forthcoming implementation plan for the planned community. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair. Go ahead. Brent, do you have a map showing Stone Crossing in relation to the proposed development?
Yes.
Okay. And so when the P&Z committee is talking about adverse impacts to the area, maybe you could expand on that a little bit, because obviously this would be situated between two other planned communities, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, that is correct. My
But
understanding.
it seems like the character of the neighborhood is planned communities, so maybe you can expand on their reasoning a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, my understanding from the Planning and Zoning Commission is more or less kind of this part of the development where they wanted, instead of this being more of a medium density, they would prefer for these to be larger lot sizes. I think they'd like to have them be around 1 acre in size, the lots. And so I think they wanted it to be more of a transition. So I think they were concerned with Spring Creek Estates here to the east. They wanted kind of larger lots kind of against the existing subdivision. So they wanted it to kind of blend more into this existing Spring Creek Estates subdivisions.
And tell me again, what size of lot are they proposing?
So with the lots that are, the medium density lots here are 0.16 to 0.2 acres. And then the medium low, which is kind of in the yellow here, those are, I think, just a little bit less than an acre. So I think they're like 3/4 to an acre in size.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Additional question as far as the planning, amplification of planning and zoning, their hearings, et cetera. On the traffic, again, back to the map that's up there now, Stone Crossing, the only access to it is there going to be a parking lot or something in the community, or are they going to have to go out back onto Brookside Lane and then in order for that community to all access Stone Crossing?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so Stone Crossing it has access off of Brookside Lane. So the access to Stone Crossing is kind of right here, is the access to the Stone Crossing Event Center. For obviously the people that will live within Shaw Valley, they would take basically this Spring Creek Lane, and then they would access Brookside Lane. So this is kind of Malheur, I think it's way that connects with here on Brookside, on the other side with Dry Creek Ranch. So they would basically come out here, and then they would access Brookside Lane from here.
Yeah, that was my real question. Do they have access directly? They don't. They have to go out on Brookside Lane, which then impacts the adjacent community.
Mm-hmm.
They can't access it any other way from this other planned community. That's my question. Based on what it looks like, unless that street up there on the north side of it has a parking lot or something like that, but I'm assuming it doesn't.
I believe and I think with my familiarity with the area is there's kind of, with the Stone Crossing property, there's kind of like a big hill right here. So the topography may not, I think, really allow for, so I think for the most part, the parking for Stone Crossing is going to be kind of, people are not supposed to be parking on Brookside Lane, so they're supposed to park on the Stone Crossing property. So there's an existing parking lot here, and I think their ultimate goal with that Stone Crossing project is to provide parking over here. And so I think this would be too steep, for parking up in this part. I think this part's going to have to kind of remain more of in its natural topography.
I guess, or even providing access through there. I guess that's because we just considered Stone Crossing recently, and that I just wanted to clarify, that was my understanding. So all of this up here, who wants to access Stone Crossing, if it were the north section, way up north, they'd have to come onto Highway 55 down to Brookside Lane and then in, or even the people along the golf course, they would have to come down onto Brookside Lane and go in order to access that, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Another question. So, in the consideration of planning and zoning, because you just mentioned it generally as traffic, did they discuss the Highway 55 traffic issue at all? in planning and zoning?
I think, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, with the Planning and Zoning Commission, I think at their public hearings, they had a lot of testimony from the public, especially probably during summer weekends. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are driving up to Valley County, and I think that was kind of the issue where the existing residents have a hard time, getting out onto Highway 55, especially the ones that live over here that have to take Spring Creek Way. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission, based upon the public testimony they received, decide that, based on the testimony that they received, that they felt that, traffic was a major issue for this proposed development.
I guess that was, because you said traffic, and I was just trying to clarify which components. So Highway 55 was the what? Did they mention the Brookside Lane and Stone Crossing as well as traffic, or?
So the Planning and Zoning Commission, their motion was fairly general about the traffic issues. There was public testimony from some residents in Dry Creek Ranch where they're concerned that they would prefer not to have any additional traffic on Brookside Lane. There is a traffic signal on Brookside Lane in Highway 55, but they prefer not to have any additional traffic on Brookside Lane. And then with the Spring Creek Way here, this is kind of a very kind of steep roadway, so the neighbors over here were concerned about potential residents kind of coming onto Spring Creek Way and having additional traffic on Spring Creek Way just because it's a fairly narrow and steep roadway, and so they had concerns. And the Planning and Zoning Commission addressed that in their motion, that specifically Spring Creek Way is a road that has some challenges, and they were concerned about additional traffic being funneled onto Spring Creek Way.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'll just wait for everything else, and then I might have some more staff questions.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Brent. Larry Kine? Okay, you get 15 minutes, and then you'll have a rebuttal at the end.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Larry Kine, 250 Northwest Franklin Avenue, Bend, Oregon, 97703. First of all, hi, Kristen. Hope you're feeling better. She was supposed to be here for the presentation, but she had the stomach flu, and her daughter had it like 3 days ago, and she got it today, so nobody wanted her here today. So I got that message about noon in Bend today and booked over here so I can do this. So I will go through it as best as I can. If you could pull up the comments from the planning and hearing from the public, I'd just go through those. I think that's probably the biggest. What we've done on this project, I'll just kind of give you a little bit of background, is the golf course has got a really big history in Ada County and the city of Eagle specifically. That was built by a family that's been here for a long, long, long time. And when they did the front nine, they actually got a bunch of community members to come out and go help rake rocks to go create that front nine golf course. So there's no chance in the world that I ever wanted to go and be the one that comes and takes that golf course out for development. So part of our plan on this was to make sure that the golf course was there and stayed there indefinitely. And in doing that, that eats up a lot of development land for this, assuming that you find that this is appropriate place for a planned community. And so, this development would codify all of that golf course to be there forever. And part of keeping that golf course there forever is a couple of factors. One is you've got to keep a golf course there forever is by making sure that it's economically feasible. Two is you got to go make sure that you're going to have water to be able to go provide for the golf course and continue to go, provide, water so that you can have a golf course. And on the other side of the road, up in the foothills, that's a very, very special place up there. And there's lots of topography, there's lots of open space. So we've given a lot of thought to what we wanted to go do up there. And so in that plan that we've done on that, we've created these bigger, 2-acre lots. But inside those lots are only like a 1/4 acre that will be established for development. So although you might have 2 acres or 2.5 acres or 5 acres on those lots that are up there, there's going to be a specific area that you can only go build your house and you could only go fence. That leaves a massive amounts of land in the developed lots that allows for the migration of deer, wildlife, coyotes, all that kind of stuff up there. So it really is given a lot of thought to what's going to happen and keep that characteristic of those foothills areas. Back to the golf course, you know, we originally looked at, and the city of Eagle wanted us to annex into the city with this. What they wanted me to do was give them all of my water rights in conjunction with annexation into the city of Eagle. Well, in doing that, I have no water anymore to go and water my golf course, thus a problem. And so my concern with the annexation of going into the city of Eagle is that I needed to maintain that. And so in talking with, used to be SVP, now it's HDR, and how can we go put together a plan to best utilize the water up there? Because the water in this area is it's very spotty. There's spots in the valley down through there, like right along Spring Creek, where there's an abundance of water. We have 2 irrigation wells down there in the bottom that are highly, highly productive. We only use 1, and some nights we pump out 1 million gallons a night to water the golf course. And yet there's no drawdown from what we've seen over the past 40 years in that specific aquifer. Now, you get over in the foothills just a little ways away, maybe as much as only a half a mile, and it's much more difficult to go hit water. So it's very, very migrated to what that is. So in our plan, what we wanted to go do is go and get a municipal water right, which we're in the process of doing that, and take that water to go utilize that, and then have an on-site water facility that does with a membrane system that puts that reused water, which is about 95% of it, back into our irrigation ponds. So we're very efficient in the use of our water. So the additional water that will be taken out that we'll be utilizing for the homes, 95% of that will go back, that we will need to take that less water out for irrigating the golf course. So it's a very, very efficient use of the water. In addition to that, we met with everybody that had a water concern when we turned in our water application with Idaho Water Department, and we have made a commitment with them, and we've had some settlement agreements that we've signed with, like the Lowe's, where we will go and install a water line along Spring Creek for all of those homes up there. Now, that doesn't mean they need to go hook up. That means that in the unlikely event that they ever have a problem, be it from our development or not from our development, they have a secondary water source. And they would not have to go pay to hook up to that water source. They would just have to go pay for the Public Utility Commission's, rate that was going to be charged for those. And that's at no cost to them, and we've committed to go do that through all of those neighbors. So if it was me and I lived up there, I would continue to use my well, because I don't believe there's going to be a problem from what our report says. But in the unlikely event there is, they can easily go hook up to our water source, which is down in the bottom, that's highly productive. As far as the traffic goes, there's a lot of concerns about traffic. And I certainly understand, because if you go up there on the weekends, even to go to the golf course that's been operating forever, it's a problem if you're on Spring Creek, which is on the northern side of that, to get out on the highway, whether you want to turn right or left. Left is a nightmare at certain times of the day. And so that, whether you approve this or not, that's not changing. What does change, though, is that if you do approve this, then we have the connection from that Spring Creek all the way down to Brookside that allows them to not have to go out there and get to a signalized intersection at Brookside Highway 55. And so at the end of the day, their traffic situation, if this is approved and comes through, will be better. Will it be better in the interim while we're under construction? I can't say that for certain, but at the end result, it will be better for access for those people that want to be able to come down to Brookside to have a much safer intersection with Highway 55 than they do now at Spring Creek. Did you have those comments that you could pull back up for the other ones? I'll just go through some of those. Should have brought my glasses so I could read them. Some of the other comments were for a lot of the wildlife, larger wildlife. I've spoken about that on the the west side up in the foothills. I have not spoken about that on the east side where the golf course is. On the east side where the golf course is, there is, much more substantial, consistent development along there that does go and create some type of a barrier for wildlife that might be going in that specific location. There are breaks in there with some common areas. The golf course is a huge break for them to come, and I know elk go on that golf course every year. We get to do the repair on it in the spring after the elk have been on there. And so there is corridors that still allow for that to go through, but the development is obviously going to inhibit some of that. Did you ever find those?
I did not know.
It's not on my slides as it was on your slide.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry about that.
I wasn't specific.
Okay, sure, let me bring that up real quick.
In regards to the commercial activity of the event center that's already there and operational and that you guys have already approved, Brent has inherited this. And in response to some of the comments at Planning Commission, what we've done is the extension of the road that's going to go up in there, we are going and having a T off of that goes into the event center off of that main road. And then it also has a T that goes back off over into that where the bus barn is. So all of the traffic will be centered to come in and go right into that intersection there. So we can start to eliminate some of that traffic that's accessing Brookside and those headlights that are hitting those people in Dry Creek currently. With the development of that, they'll have their parking lot that'll extend over toward our property and we'll have access directly to our road that goes up. So what else do we have over there? The one that was a big one that was kind of interesting is the density. And everybody was going like, oh, planning was talking about the density too, like, oh, it's too dense, it's too dense, it's too dense. And it's interesting because we're asking for a variance to have less dense than what's required by the code. And so, we would be open to less dense. What we were trying to go do to meet all the criteria of the code was meet different housing types. And our economic study showed that there's a real need for people that have like townhomes that are just a duplex style. They're more like a single family home that are just attached. So you get a little bit more density in those. They got hooked up that they were duplexes and rentals. That's not what they are. They're really more like single family homes that, people that can afford two homes might have one of those and they might want to flee for the winter and be able to just go lock those up. That's what we are looking for, and we see that there's a real need for that in the valley, that there's not a lot of that product around, and it's really highly desirable next to a golf course for that type of product. In the event that we found that isn't what's needed, or you found that that's not what needed, we would be open to making those larger lots in that area. I think that's all. I'll save some time for you guys to have questions for me if you have.
Okay, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, any questions then? Go ahead.
Back to the water issue. What kind of data do you have to show, one, the size of the aquifer, the water usage that you've done, and the water levels, et cetera? Do you have because it's been there, the golf course has been there for a long time, so have they got any kind of records of the ebb and flow of the aquifer, or based on your usage that you've done so far, and then extrapolating that into the usage that's going to be with the development?
So a lot of that is in with our application with the Idaho Department of Water Resources. So we have that. We've had experts that go through all those, and we've shown for drawdowns for the golf course when we've ran that. For that, we haven't seen any other impact on that for like Dry Creek, or we don't really know what that's happening with the little individual wells that are back up there. I know that we've heard some testimonies that their water levels in their wells have been going down over the years, and some of them even mentioned that they had to re-drill. All of those homes were all built after the golf course was there and have been going for years and years. So I don't know that that's the impact of what we're doing. The takeaway from all of this is we really were thoughtful in our water usage up there. Although we're going for a new municipal water, we wanted to make our own sewer treatment facility so we could recycle 95% of that water back into our irrigation ponds, which will only end up being about less than 10%. It's about 7% of our total water consumption for the irrigation will come back in through the effluent water, which is about 95% captured.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That's why I was asking the question, because Dry Creek, how much have you consulted with Dry Creek? Because they have the kind of a system you're just talking about, and they've monitored their aquifer in relation to their water usage and their infusion of water back into their aquifer. So have you consulted with them in terms of how they've done that? And
I've had several conversations with Mr. Hunter. They have a protest for our water rights currently. That protest is subject to not really being about water, but more being about he'd like to develop my property in the conversations that we've ended up had. All the data that we've looked at that he brought up and the concerns for that have not shown that there's been any problems. He had one comment one time at one of our hearings at the Idaho Department of Water that that one time when they did a drawdown that it affected their water supply, and yet they're going in for a new one. And I said, well, you better be careful, Mr. Hunter, because our water rights are superior in time than yours. And so if you're thinking that they're starting to impact each other, then it's your new water right that you need to go do. At the end of the day, the water is not the issue up there, because I can always go and take my agricultural water rights, if I'm not successful in the municipal water rights, and convert them, and I'm getting 95% of it back, so it can still do the golf course. So water is just not a concern up there.
I guess that's what, excuse me.
Go ahead.
That's why I was asking the question, the data to substantiate, how you've substantiated the water usage, and then exponentially put that into the current usage, and the influence on the aquifer, and then what it's going to mean in terms of the development. That's why I asked that question, how you've done that. And you said you've done that with the Department of Water Resources. In your application, that's part of what you've done with the Department of Water Resources.
That's correct. And I've built this type of membrane system for water treatment, wastewater treatment before over in Oregon. And it's been very effective. For a matter of fact, if you put a sterilization on the end of it, it comes back out as drinking water quality. Not that anybody wants to do that, but it comes out very high quality. So we're going to do Class A treatment that can come in contact with human beings. That's what we're going through. And that's already been approved by the DEQ. We're just going through the implementation of that. That has been approved by DEQ for the wastewater treatment.
I have some other questions,
ahead,
but if
go ahead.
somebody else has some.
No, go ahead.
There were some waivers that were listed. Brent, can you put those back up on there? Public service standard waivers, were those your requests that were for waivers?
Those were our requests, and those requests came from a combination of different things. Like when you went to the school was like, we don't need any more schools. We got plenty of schools up here. What we would like is to be able to have a place to go park some school buses so we don't have this huge migration of school buses. The school bus drivers can simply just drive up to the area, grab those buses, do it in that area, and then bring them right back there instead of driving them all the way back into Boise or Eagle where the other bus barns were. So some of those were those. The police department, sheriff's department up there said, gosh, we don't really need anything. It'd be nice if we could have a place where we could get out of the weather, do some reports, use the restroom. The library didn't need anything. And so from all of our correspondence with those different agencies, that's where we came up with them, because none of them needed anything.
That's where you came up with this list of,
Yes.
excuse me, requested waivers from our planned community.
Yep.
Criteria.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
regarding the one bullet point there where it says neighboring planned communities are providing services within a few miles of the proposed Shadow Valley planned community. Which services are you referring to? And I mean, are those communities set up to take people in and give them services from outside their community?
So this area, like once you have one planned community, like, oh, maybe we made a mistake, right? Once you've got 5 or 6 of them in the area, that's kind of a trend. And so ours is a pretty small planned community relatively to what has been approved in the areas or whatever. And so massive amounts of commercial usage to try to go capture all that seems a little bit overkill for it. Because commercial uses, if you go look at any type of typical development, are after the rooftops come. You don't see like a Walmart go in with no houses around it. You see the Walmart go in after there's thousands of houses around it, and even, gas stations and things of smaller natures. And so as we start to go look in that area up there, we see that, there is not as much need for a bunch of commercial activity, but there's some niche things that needed to be done up there. And one of them that the event center is planning on is like a food preparation where people can go and grab their own food that's already prepped, or that is prepackaged where you just take it home and then you can cook it yourself. That seems like that's a big area because there's not a lot of stores that are very close to that. In addition, there's not a lot of variety of food items up there for restaurants and all that, but there's getting to be more and more houses. And so that's what we thought about for the food truck options. In Bend, Oregon, I'm not sure if people get there or not, but food trucks are hugely popular, and they've really migrated to this more like a food court in a mall is how they've come to be about. And so what you end up having is this building that goes and has space inside of it for people to eat and dine and sports bars and all this type of thing that you would see like in a bar. And then you have all these different food options on the outside. And then in conjunction with that, during nice weather, you'll see an outside activity. And we've created one, and I see it being very workful in this one, is where it's built like a giant airplane hangar. So during the summertime when it's nice, you have a massive door that comes up that provides additional shade, and then you have indoor, outdoor seating. But if it gets smoky like we see, or if it's in the wintertime, that door can shut, and now people have controlled environment. So that's how what we're seeing for the commercial component that will go and hold people more there. There'll also be a connection from the whole golf course community directly across into the golf course area. So they won't have to travel back out onto the highway and come into the golf course. It'll be a pathway that'll be able to go directly on there.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. Well, we'll start taking public testimony then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have had, one last thing. I know some of the public here will come up and testify that we didn't have a lot of engagements and they weren't contacted. It's very difficult to go and find everybody that has a problem with something to contact them. Everyone that has contacted us, the Lowe's, for instance, that had a water concern, we've come together with them and did a settlement agreement, and we did that. We had another one, Tarantino's, that their property along Spring Creek that goes up on the eastern border of the road, their house is built like very close to where our road was. And they contacted us, and we actually made an agreement to move the road substantially 30 to 40 feet away from their house and 8 to 10 feet lower than their house. And then we made a commitment with them that in the event that this is approved, we would dedicate that property to them, so that would give them more buffer. They could landscape it and do all that. The only restriction we put on it was we didn't want to go put building structures on that or whatever, so that they wouldn't have some structure towering back down over it. But everybody that's contacted us and had legitimate concerns, we've worked with and settled those concerns. Everyone that hasn't, there's not much
You'll
I
have a
could do.
chance to rebut anything that comes up at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Good evening.
I did have a couple, you indicated in your initial comments that you had no issues at all with making the lot sizes a little larger.
Nope, I don't, we were doing what we were thinking the code required us to do, and we were having a hard time to get, that's why we asked for the variance down to 0.7, because I think it's 3.0 is what you guys require in the code, and we're 0.7. And so we did everything we could to try to go get more density to try to match up with the code, given the topography, the need for wanting to keep the golf course and all that kind of stuff. And so You know, I think if we needed to do larger lots in that area, I don't have a concern. I mean, 10-acre lots, well, why am I here, right? So, I mean, to a point, obviously, sir.
Yeah, and you're anticipating building a municipal water system for the?
We will be building our own private municipal water system because we want to have control of the water system, the sewer system, so we can make sure that we continue to have those incorporated with the golf course. That water system and that municipal water system and sewer treatment facility will be owned by the golf course. That gives it additional revenue, so the golf course can be top-notch by having other revenue sources besides just play on the course.
And so that'll be regulated by the PUC?
That'll be regulated by the PUC for the water, but it's not for the
For the
sewer.
water portion
Yeah,
of it.
yes, sir.
And then the income will go towards the golf course?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned something else that I was kind of wondering about. You said that the city of Eagle and tried to annex the area, but they
Yeah.
wanted to take your water rights. I didn't quite understand how that would work.
They wanted the water rights because I think they're a little bit short on water rights for being able to provide for the houses on there. And so they needed the water rights to be able to provide the water to there. The other motivation from the city of Eagle, from what I could gather, is that they like to control things. So they'd like to be able to control this development in their design guidelines. And then they also have a good desire for the development fees. I think they run a little short on their budget, and so they really would like the development fees. They also protested the water rights, but their closest well is like 8 miles away, so it has zero impact on it, so.
Well, then the water rights that you have, they're not surface water rights?
No, they're all groundwater rights. We
All
have two
groundwater rights.
highly productive wells that have been operating for almost 60 years.
All right, well, unless there's any more questions, we'll, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So you said Eagle protested the water right? Did anybody besides Dry Creek and Eagle protest the water? Because you're applying to Department of Water Resources for a community water or a municipal water right, correct?
Yes, sir. So it was Hunter Homes, City of Eagle, and Lowe's, Mr. and Mrs. Lowe's, and we settled with Mr. and Mrs. Lowe's by providing water right to their property at no cost to them in the event that they ever have an issue. They'll be able to hook up at no charge. They'll just have to pay the monthly fee. And in doing that with the Lowe's, it made me think of that entire section of folks that are living down there. And so we've made a commitment, even though we don't have a settlement agreement with everyone, that's what we're going to go do for that whole community, is run a water line through there with a stub to each one of those properties in the event that they ever need water.
Mr. Chairman. So I think the staff reported that in the event that you didn't get the municipal, you would be using Veolia water, or potentially.
That's not accurate. I think Brenta just came in late to this party. If we don't get that, then I will go back and look at converting some of my agricultural to municipal. So we'll get there one way or the other.
With your water?
With my own water that we're already pumping out.
With your current water, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And it will still protect the golf course for having enough water to irrigate it.
All right. Where did you plan on putting your sewer system?
The sewer treatment facility is going to be on that little triangle piece that's over by the highway. So if you're driving up by the golf course.
That's on the other side of the highway?
It is on the east side of the highway, right adjacent to the highway. There's a little triangle piece that they sprayed just so nothing would grow on it, so they wouldn't have to maintain it. And so that's where it's going to go, is right there adjacent to the highway. And it will take access from that, from the Shadow Valley Golf Course, on a little frontage road along the highway to get to it.
And you can make a, with 300, because you're asking for 395 homes, correct? Unless we reduce the, increase the lot sizes. And you
Right.
can make a water system that's profitable with 395 homes?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
And the sewage treatment plant as well, the whole water system, the sewage as well as the other water usage. And how are you going to do that in terms of where this is where you just showed the map. So the part where your sewage treatment plant, where is it on this map?
My eyes are getting bad. See that dark green next to the highway?
Okay, that DOS?
That DOS, yeah,
Okay.
that's where it's at.
So in relation, then how would you, where is that in relation to how you're going to filter the water back into your aquifer, or do you know that?
Yes, I do know that. So what happens is it'll be all a pressure system for all the houses that will go over and it'll go down across the bridge that we already have existing there and then go down along the parking lot and then come along the frontage road to that treatment facility place. So that's how it'll go there. Those are mostly membranes. A lot of that is all underground in small little buildings, so it's not a lot. And then the effluent water that comes back out of that will go into one of two places. It'll go to one place. It will go and then get pumped up to the north past the driving range and into our irrigation pond for the golf course. And that irrigation pond in the golf course then has an overflow that goes into Spring Creek, and that has been approved by the DEQ for discharge.
You anticipate my other question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you'll use the discharge from your sewer treatment plant for the irrigation water.
Yeah, first and foremost, to go right back into our irrigation ponds that we use for the golf course, thus limiting the amount of water we need to pump out for irrigation. And so, like I said, around 95% of all the water that we take out for the homes will be back in there. That will reduce the amount of water we take out for irrigation.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
And that's part of your calculation that you presented to Department of Water Resources for your municipal
Correct.
request.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, well, you can listen to the public comments, and then you will have 7 minutes to reply for a rebuttal afterwards if you want, if any questions come up.
Okay, thank you much.
Thank you,
Good evening.
thank you. Okay, we'll start taking public testimony. The first one is Randy Hurst. Is Randy here? All right, Randy, go ahead. You got 3 minutes, Randy.
I'm Randy Hurst from 16089 North Basin Way, 83714. From the map, from the highway, we're quite a ways up in a separate road, and we have a completely separate aquifer. It's a limited aquifer.
Brent, can you put the map up so we can see where?
It's a limited aquifer, and we don't know if it'll be impacted by this water usage. If it is, we want to have some assurance, and Mr. Kine has just given some assurance, but Mr. Lowe's house is very close to where he's building this stuff. We're quite a ways away, but our aquifer is quite limited. So please, formally require that this agreement be in writing. I have been in contact with him, and he's verbally said some things that said that what he just said tonight, but it needs to be more formal. Another issue that I wanted to bring up is turning on to Spring Creek. There's a flat area for a little ways, and then quite a steep hill. And in that steep hill, there's kind of a blind corner curve that goes up to where he's going to build this road. Coming down Spring Creek, there's another blind corner that's very close to where he's going to build a turn. I would ask, for safety's sake, especially in the winter, that instead of having this road going off by the property that he just talked about, that it go off down below, and it would impact his golf course a bit, and that road could be much more level and not have the steepness or the two blind curves. It would be a public safety thing and should serve them well for people that are using that property. I would hope also, actually, that he sets the roads going in and out of his development, 300 and some odd homes, that they go down to Spring Creek or Brookside, and that our road that's very limited is only used for emergency exit and egress. rather than a regular usage. He's saying that we're going to be able to use that road to get down to Brookside. I would ask that his people all use that road except for exceptional situations a lot of time.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Randy, it might be useful to explain the process. If we affirm this tonight, what would it be agreeing to? And then the process for the total development of the plan, the total overall. It might be useful for us as well as the public to describe in detail that process there, because some of the details we're talking about are later to come, is my understanding anyway.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. So this is a two-step process. We're in the first step right at the moment. And this first step is basically we're identifying the property as planned community on the Ada County Future Land Use Map and the comp plan. And then we would be adopting a comprehensive plan for the Shaw Valley planned community. And the comprehensive plan basically is just going to be like goals and policies is what we would be adopting this evening if this application does get approved. The second step of the process is what's called the Planned Community Implementation Plan. And this is going to adopt a zoning map and ordinance for the planned community. So with the second step, implementation plan, there's going to be more detailed studies that are done. So the first step, what we're doing right now this evening is really determining, is this an appropriate location for a planned community? If the board decides that it is, then the applicant then would proceed with step 2, which is the implementation plan. And then with implementation plan, there would be more detailed information regarding design and infrastructure. So there'd be some additional information that would be provided for the water plan itself. There'd be maybe additional information that would be added on to the traffic impact study. There'd be a wildlife and habitat mitigation plan that would be developed. And then even with the implementation plan, there is kind of a outreach component for that second step. So with the second step of the implementation plan, the applicant will need to have scoping sessions with other agencies and public service providers. So they would meet with the sheriff's office, EMS, the school district, et cetera. And they would also need to meet with our transportation agencies as well. So they would meet with ITD again, ACHD, Compass. They would meet with those agencies again. And then there would also be public involvement sessions as well. So any property owners within a mile of the property would then be invited to what's called a public involvement session for the implementation plan. And this would be the opportunity for the applicant to kind of go over kind of the nuts and bolts and the details of the implementation plan on how things are going to work. So this would be also during the implementation plan, would have more detailed information about how is the wastewater treatment facility going to be funded. So we'd have budgets and pro formas that would show that information on how services are going to be funded, for the planned community. And then we would also require another public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission would make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, and then this implementation plan would be brought forth in front of the Board of County Commissioners for the Board of County Commissioners to have a public hearing and determine whether or not to approve of that implementation plan. When the implementation plan is approved, then the property would be zoned to planned community. And then we would also have an individual zoning ordinance that would be applicable to the Shaw Valley planned community. And then that would be adopted as well with that implementation plan.
So some of the details we're talking about are, even if we were to approve the current proposal, would be fleshed out.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly. One thing I forgot to mention is when we do the rezone, where we do a zoning ordinance map amendment, we would also have a development agreement that would be attached to that rezone. And so that rezone would have conditions of approval and development requirements that the applicant would need to comply with. So there may be opportunities, for certain things to be conditioned in place in that development agreement.
But we wouldn't be approving the development agreement tonight.
That's correct.
But those kind of requirements could be later included, like
he's described.
Hers is.
Yes.
Could be a part of the development agreement.
I guess that's why I wanted to make it clear that
And not, it's something we don't do tonight.
Okay. We are slightly outside of a mile, so we wouldn't be included technically. And so hopefully that could allow us to, it could be adjusted so we could be included.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Mr. Hertz, I think the applicant could probably, if you give your contact information to the applicant, and maybe
Well, he's got
hopefully
it. He's got it.
he would be able to invite you to that meeting.
Thank you. I guess that before we hear this other, we need to put the context of what we're
We put
actually.
the context, this is not, if we do approve this, this is just the beginning, actually. There's going to be how many, two other public hearings in front of us and two in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Mr. Chairman, there would be another public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the implementation plan, and then there'd be another public hearing in front of you. And then when it come to preliminary plats, then we'd have another public hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and another public hearing in front of you. So you are correct, at least another two public hearings.
Well, that's what I thought. Anyway, well, any other questions for Mr. Hurst while?
No,
You get the first shot at it.
There you go.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, see, Martha and Gary.
He signed the wrong paper.
I signed the wrong.
Sorry.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you didn't want to talk? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, you don't need to. Josh Leonard.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, my name is Josh Leonard of Clark Wardle, PLLC. My address is 251 East Front Street, Suite 310 here in Boise. Our firm represents Boise Hunter Homes, which, as you know, is the owner and developer of the adjacent Dry Creek Ranch, which is shown in green on the slide that's in front of you. If we can go to the next slide. The proposed Shadow Valley Plan community, which is shown in red up here, will impact the transportation network that's adjacent to and within existing Dry Creek Ranch. Next slide. Pursuant to the conditions of approval for Dry Creek Ranch, Boise Hunter Homes was required to pay for transportation improvements that are shown on this slide. To date, Boise Hunter Homes has spent $7,985,371 on these transportation improvements. The traffic impact study submitted for the proposed Shadow Valley project noted that it could maintain acceptable levels of transportation service and safety, in large part by relying on the transportation infrastructure funded by Boise Hunter Homes. Next slide. Boise Hunter Homes supports approval of Shadow Valley Plan Community's application, but only if a condition of approval is included that requires Shadow Valley Planned Community to reimburse Boise Hunter Homes for its proportionate share of the transportation improvements that were funded by Boise Hunter Homes. Using the number of homes that are proposed, as well as the number of homes that are approved for Dry Creek Ranch, we determined that Shadow Valley's 395 proposed homes comprise 18% of the new homes that will use the transportation improvements paid for by Boise Hunter Homes. So we asked that the Shadow Valley Plan community be required to pay 18% of the nearly $8 million in transportation improvements that were funded by Boise Hunter Homes, which comes out to $1,427,249.57. And we ask that you impose that reimbursement requirement as a condition of approval. We also ask that you not defer this issue, the issue of reimbursement, to the Ada County Highway District or to the Idaho Transportation Department. The reason why we ask you not to defer it to them is that we've already reached out to both of them and they deferred it to you. We often hear that development should pay for itself. In this case, that means that Boise Hunter Homes shouldn't be required to foot the bill for transportation improvements that also serve other development in the area. We recognize that this may not be the stage in the proceedings at which that condition of approval should be imposed, but we wanted to introduce it early in the process. Likely that condition would come at the rezone, and we'd ask that it be a condition that be met prior to any final plats being recorded. Stand for questions.
Go ahead, any questions?
Go ahead if you have a question.
No,
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So all these money spent, these were on improvements that you were required to do?
They were on improvements that we were required to do to mitigate transportation impacts by Boise Hunter Homes Development Dry Creek Ranch. As noted in the traffic impact study that was submitted for the proposed project, though, they were able to determine in large part that they could rely on those Boise Hunter Homes improvements and still maintain a safe and well-served transportation system.
Could you give a very quick bullet point summary of the improvements you were required to do?
You bet. If you can go back one, actually, or maybe it's two. Go back one more. And I went by it really quick because I only had 3 minutes. I apologize. A Brookside traffic signal, a new turn lane at Highway 55 and Brookside, a green T intersection, then at the intersection of Highway 55 and Dry Creek Road, a new turn lane, and then on Highway 55, an 8,700-foot section of the highway itself was widened to 4 lanes.
You feel there's any additional improvements that need to be made that maybe they could do, or is the traffic as good as it's going to get out there?
Their traffic impact study did identify a couple of additional improvements that need to be made, and we'd encourage those to be included as conditions of approval as well. But by far the lion's share of improvements that were made to the transportation system were made by Boise Hunter Homes prior to approval or as a condition of approval of Dry Creek.
Have you run these numbers by the applicant, and what response did you get?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. If Mr. Hunter were here, he could tell you straight out. But I personally have not. But I'm sure that in their conversations, Mr. Hunter has at least broached the subject of reimbursement, if not the exact numbers.
Thank you.
Well, go ahead. Well, I happen to know that Highway 55 in Dry Creek was not a condition of approval. That was a request of Hunter Homes.
The which one?
Highway 55 in Dry Creek, the turn lane there, and the light.
The Dry Creek, the turn lane and light?
On Highway 55 and Dry Creek Lane.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was unaware that it was anything other than a condition of approval. My thought
It was not a conditional. I mean, we were involved in that. We had to give them a variance to get that done, and they wanted it so that they could get a left turn lane there.
With the light, with the signalized intersection?
They asked for the signal light too. In fact, we even sent a letter to the State Transportation Department asking them to do it, to approve it.
With that in mind, I believe that would obviously reduce that reimbursement amount, but we'd still ask for the others.
But that wasn't, I don't know about the others, but I know, because that all happened before we got here, but I do know about that one, because we participated in it and helping them.
Sure.
Get it approved with the ACHD and with the Transportation Department.
Sure. In fact, I remember that letter.
Okay. Now okay.
I do. I remember it because we actually had submitted a letter to the Transportation Department ourselves.
Yeah, and now things have changed a little bit because they thought at the time that there was going to be a fire station there and an EMS station, and so that was part of our interest in it. We wanted it for safety purposes, but it wasn't a condition of approval. It was because they'd already got all their approvals.
Sure, and even if it's not a condition of approval, though, it still serves especially there at Brookside, where traffic will be turning
It's
to
not
reach this
Brookside,
development.
it's Dry Creek Lane is where that is.
Oh, I thought you were referring to the traffic signal at Brookside. I apologize.
No, the traffic, from what I understand, that Brookside one is a temporary one anyway, isn't it?
Excuse me,
That light at Brookside is temporary. I think, I don't know, but I've heard that is.
I don't believe there currently is a light there, is there?
No, there is.
There is?
Oh, yeah, there's a light at Brookside.
I apologize. I don't know that whether it's temporary or not.
I don't know that for sure it is, but I do know that the one on Dry Creek, it was, that was not a condition of approval. And I don't know about the other ones, but I know that one was not.
I appreciate that.
In fact, we even had to change the plan a little bit so they could do it.
To give them permission?
Yes.
Understood.
All right, any other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So their, part of their current idea is that there will be some other transportation things that are needed up at the north end of their development.
Right.
So with that in mind, like what he was saying, and I don't have a problem if, I guess it's cooperation together to make this work, both the transportation and my next question is going to be water. But if they did some of that which they're proposing to do, then it would help you down here in terms of the traffic flow on Highway 55, stop it and control it in some sense. So would you work with them cooperatively to do other transportation cooperations in terms of the cost and the design and et cetera? Basically what you're asking
Sure.
them to do vis-a-vis what you've already done.
Chairman Beck and Commissioner Daley, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think that probably in addition to cooperating, there may be some offsets against the reimbursement request. But absolutely, with the two large developments in that area being these two and then further up Avamore, I think that makes a lot of sense to have that conversation and to work together on that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then the water question, and I don't know if you are prepared to answer this, but the whole study of water, which I'm assuming the Department of Water Resources is going to do based on their request, they're going to do some analysis of the aquifers, et cetera. But there has to be some relationship to all of this, just like that gentleman just said. He lives up here, but they're not directly related, but they are related because, as we know, water flows downhill.
Right.
And you are below them in terms of how the water flows. So that would have to be some kind of a cooperative relationship as well in terms of water, as well as transportation, but some of the other things we're talking about.
Appreciate that. And Chairman Beck and Commissioner Daley, when you started talking about water prior to me coming up, I was really nervous that you were going to ask me a water question because I'm not prepared to answer that today. But we can certainly, I mean, obviously, as you said, the water relationship through this area is interconnected, and we do need to have those conversations. And my understanding is that not only did Boise Hunter Homes protest the water right application by Shadow Valley, but that Shadow Valley also protested one that the Hunters recently filed. So I mean, we're having conversations now, maybe through third parties. Maybe it makes sense to have those conversations one-on-one.
Well, certainly work together because as you well know, we've had water summits that I've kind of initiated for the Treasure Valley, and we need to work together to address the water issues in order to make it actually work for everybody, the best for everybody. And I know there are water rights involved and all of that, but we need to find a way to work together on addressing the water issues of the valley. So
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, Saxon Popel. Good evening.
Good evening. Is that, oh, okay. My name is Saxon Popple, 8400 West Spring Creek Way. I only have a couple of points, and I did look through the plan that's on the Ada County website and some of the documents that were provided there. And my interest was in looking at how many acres would be used for these 300 homes. And when you look at the different tax lots, I roughly calculate 111 acres for 300 homes. That does not include that does include what would come out for roadways and sidewalks and walking paths. And even using 111 acres divided by 300 homes, that's 0.37 acre per home. And I had hoped when we came to this meeting that we would see in this proposal a change to properties that are more like Spring Creek Estates, subdivisions 1 and 2, where the lots range in size from 1 acre to 5. And my other point, another point would be that I looked at from the Ada County, according to residential purchasing and rental capacity in the Shadow Valley Residential PTA, and the report was in 2024. The average demand for single-family detached units is 751 units. 20% of the demand is for homes under 700,000. 20% is from homes priced 700 to 800,000. 25% is from homes priced $800 to $1 million homes. 35% of the demand in our area is for homes priced at $1 million and more. So I would disagree that there is a demand for the lower price, and I think Avamore helps with the lower priced homes in that demand. And as far as the Spring Creek Way intersection to Highway 55, what I understood from the traffic reports is that the potential changes to alleviate some of the traffic issues were to be by 2030, a two-way left turn lane, which I refer to as a suicide lane. And by 2037, a northbound right turn lane and a southbound left turn lane. 2037 is a long way from now. Thank you.
Right. I have a question. You indicated that there was like around 100 acres for 395 homes. Is that what you said?
It's 306, I believe. The other acreage is on the west side of Highway 55, and those are residential estates.
Well, I'm looking at it seems like there's 560 acres for the total of 395 homes.
That includes the acreage on the west side of Highway 55. It includes the golf course, which I don't think should be used in the calculation, even though it's available.
Okay.
So I looked at the two tax lots that would run along the Spring Creek Lane down to Brookside Lane.
Okay.
Any other questions, sirs?
Okay. Is there any
ma'am?
questions? Go ahead. You have any questions? Go ahead.
So what specifically are you looking for? You just want larger lots?
We would like to see the community that, all of the individuals that I've talked with in our community would like to see similar homes to what we have in our community.
And why is that
Houses.
important for you?
Security, safety, traffic, water, all of the things that have been mentioned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Derek Popel.
I'm Derek Popple, 8400 West Spring Creek Way.
Sure.
My wife pretty much covered everything that we wanted to talk about. Our main concern is Spring Creek Road is a real small rural road. It is steep, it is winded, and if he's going to put 300 and something houses in there, figure each one of those people are going to have two cars. So right now we have trouble getting out on the highway. I have set in the summertime, on either Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, I have sat for 15 minutes waiting to get on the turn south onto 55 from my house. And if you're going to add 300 homes and each of them has two vehicles, and all of them will be coming out at Spring Creek Road, we ain't never going to get out of the highway. There's going to be a traffic stop. I won't even get out of my driveway because their road comes out about 50 foot from my house, up the hill from my house. So I will never get out on my driveway even to get to the road, to the highway. All the improvements that they're talking about that the state's going to make or the county's going to make and improve Spring Creek Road and make the intersection, that's a long ways away from that. So how many people are going to be killed trying to jump in between traffic from Spring Creek Road because they need to get to work, they need to go shopping, they need to go to the hospital, whatever? if infrastructure was there, I would have no complaints about it, but it's not there. And it's not going to be there for many, many years. That's all I have to say.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Jerry Troy?
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Jerry Troy. I live at 8300 Spring Creek Way. I've lived there 40 years and raised our kids there. Enjoyed a good run. I think it's inevitable that this is going to be developed someday. I think we're just looking for it to conform to the legacy of what is existing there. This isn't a blank slate of land that, you know, hey, this is a good idea. There's already existing residents in a precedent set of a way of life and a legacy to rural living. Couple of points. I will compliment Mr. Kine. He has been more than hospitable every time I've reached out to him, talking to him about water. Mr. Danielson's been super responsive and tons of questions that I've had. So compliments to those guys. A couple of concerns I have. I used to be the golf course superintendent there for several years. And Mr. Kine is right. It's 700,000 to a million gallons a night that we use there. But based on the math of the homes, it would take about 6 days, maybe a week's worth of water usage from those homes to water the golf course one night. So to think that this is going to be just a cycle of every night the water's going to have, the community's going to have enough water to replenish, to water the golf course, that math doesn't work. The other thing is I'd like to point out is at the north end, near Spring Creek Way and the access to Highway 55 is his proposal for the highest density of the whole community. They're not going to wind their way south through the rest of the development to get to Brookside. That's unrealistic. You can see it literally 150 yards away. So the concern I have is everybody being encouraged to go south from that high-density portion of the development, wind their way through the rest of the development for the safety, the kids, whatever's there. And the last thing is really more of a question. Is there anything tonight that we need to ask or address that will not be brought up or we won't be awarded the opportunity downstream here in session 1 or 2, whatever he's explained? Do we get to that point ever in here, oh, you should have brought that up tonight?
Well, I don't think so, but, because it's pretty well defined out what's, this is not totally, this just sets up the overall plan that it will be a planned community. Then there's 2 other processes that would need to go through, both planning and zoning and with us.
Yeah. Well, I don't think any of us are professionals at this, so I just want to make sure we're not blowing an opportunity by not bringing something up now, and
Is there
say,
something that needs to bring up now?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can't think of anything. Yeah, this is an effort to determine, is this an appropriate location for a planned community? Are the general densities appropriate? Obviously, the details, as Brent has explained, will come in the second phase, where specific road alignments and widths and all those details will come forward. But yeah, it's just a vision, the high level at this point.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, you got a question? Go ahead.
Yes, my question is back to what has already been mentioned in terms of the communities. The size of the density is one of your primary issues, because that then deals with water, deals with traffic,
Correct.
deals with the other issues so that is your primary issue that you want addressed is density?
yes, sir, I think so, and the water is awfully important also, but I think overall, Mr. Kine's approach has been good. I think he's respectful of the golf course. He's put a ton of money back into that golf course, and continued to create a great asset in that community. So there's a lot of good things, but it's quite a deviation from what is existing there and what the reason everybody has lived there for so many years. So,
Okay, thank you.
you bet.
Karen Brodesser?
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm Karen Brodesser. I'm at 4752 West Schaefer Meadow Lane. A couple of my things, he talked about the water situation and everything. Well, to begin with, when we bought our property over 5 years ago, we paid for water rights from the Buchanans, who were the second owners of all that 400-acre cattle ranch that includes Avamore and the north end of the golf course. And she specifically wanted us to have it. I don't know why she picked us, but anyway, we paid for it. And before we could find actually where the location was, Larry had blocked it, and I have pictures which I showed to the Planning and Zoning Committee, if you want to see them, and the map. There's these, and if you'd like to make copies, you're welcome, and this. And found out that
Mr.
the
Chairman.
culvert that was
Mr.
supposed to
Chairman.
get from
Brent, those are in the record? Are those in the record?
from the east side to the west side was plugged because it's a state highway and they hadn't kept it open. In fact, the gentleman from the state that found it, he had to go back into the 1930s records to find this because he's born and raised Idahoan and he did not want that beginning to the mountains and the hills and everything to look like downtown Boise with the houses or Meridian or something. And that's why a lot of us moved out there, and we would still like to have a minimum of 10 acres per house. And I would also like to ask you, how did the Ada County Highway Department put in the roadway that's in the Shadow Valley Estates? We were never notified that they were going to be having any, and where that roadway is one of the areas where it blocked our passageway to our water rights, to our property, because my property abuts on the north end Shadow Valley Estates.
You'll have to ask the highway district that.
Pardon me?
You'll have to ask the highway district that. We have nothing to do with it.
Okay. But check and see if there was any other thing I wanted to say on that. Well, I know the traffic is a big issue, because just in the little over 5 years I've been out there, I felt like I was on a semi-traffic country road to I-84. And we are on the west side. There are several of us here that are on the west side, and we'd like to make sure that it's safe for everybody and not over congested, because we know there are a lot of accidents that happen right now. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. You said you're on the west side of Highway 55? You're part of that over there?
We're across from the golf course, actually directly across from where the tee-off area is, the parking lot and everything.
So that road there is what blocked your water right?
Where there's a berm that was poured right on the ditch, plus the water rights come underneath the highway, and that was plugged. We found out later that that was done by the state once we got this information I have. And But the fellow that got it from the state, that I talked to, he took the pictures of it and everything, and he said he had to go back into the file in 1930s to find where it was at. And I have pictures here that show where they put the berm that's right inside the fence on the Shadow Valley property. It's sitting right on there where the hole is. It comes from the culvert underneath, and where the water's supposed to come up out of the ground, it's covered it up.
Thank you.
And you remember the old days when they had irrigation ditches with cement in them? That's what you see in one of these pictures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Schultz. Hello, Ben.
Hi. Ben Schultz, 4706 West Schaefer Meadow Lane, also just north and abutting part of the proposed development. So I'm here in opposition to this project. From everything that I've seen tonight, the plan really looks to be the same plan that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the community came out with a lot of objections, and the plan was recommended for denial based on the objections and all the facts that were exposed. We've talked to the developer, we've asked for changes to be made. I don't think anything has changed, so what we're looking at tonight is the same plan, just brought before you. I don't think any of the objections have been dealt with. I don't think he's taken into consideration the concerns of the community. And so since none of those things have happened, I feel like you guys, I'm asking you kindly to do what the Planning and Zoning Commission did and actually deny this proposal. The reason's not congruent with the nature of this neighborhood. There's a lot of, I would say, sort of waving of data and information around in terms of lot sizes. We've got this really large parcel up to the north, but then offsetting that, we're having really high density on the golf course side. And it's sort of a shell game with the land. The net result is that it's just gonna dramatically change the character of the neighborhood that's there. Myself and so many other neighbors moved to this area because we wanted to live in a rural, in my case, rural residential zoned area. And this just isn't in conformity with that. I understand that we need to develop, we need more houses in the valley, and I think that planned communities can be a great thing, especially when they bring a lot of value to the community. But really what we're talking about here is not bringing a lot of value to the community with other amenities and things that will limit round trips or provide activities for people that live in this area. It's really just cramming houses in and around the golf course, and it's a profit-motivated motive. It's not actually going to benefit us, and again, I ask you to deny it.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. Kelly. Hello, Kelly.
Hi, my name is Callie Kelly. I live at 4642 West Schaefer Meadow Lane. My neighbors with Ben and Karen, we live across from the entrance into Shadow Valley Golf Course. I own 53 acres, 4 contiguous lots across from the golf course. 3 of them are vacant lots. They're empty lots. I bought them to prevent development as a steward of our area out there. When they went up for sale, I claimed them so that I could prevent development. This is not an appropriate space for a planned community, and we do not want this. If you guys approve this, it will be a slap in the face to every homeowner in that area. Mr. Davidson had mentioned that the area looks like already a planned community out there. It is not. Have any of you driven out there around in those very narrow, windy roads around the Shadow Valley Golf Course? Have you driven out there? It's not a planned community. These are 30 to 40-year-old homes that are on acreage properties, people that have lived there for decades. We invested in and built our homes and our lives and our families on acreage properties. We do not want a planned community around us. It brings zero value to any of us. There are a lot of pacifists in this group, and I am not one of them. I will be the voice that tells you. I will be the person that stands here and tells you. We have all met. 50-plus neighbors have gotten together a multitude of times, in tears, in outrage, behind closed doors. They are coming here to you with their manners tonight. I am not. I am begging you to understand that we are terrified of Larry Kine doing anything with our sacred home out there. We don't want any of his pickleball courts. We do not believe that he is a good steward of anything. I have entered into the record his track record with the city of Bend and the litigious conflicts that he has had with the city of Bend, Oregon. This is not somebody we trust. I am a real estate broker here in town. I have talked with multiple local Idaho developers, Idaho-grown gentlemen who do intend, when they put these planned communities together, to bring value to the neighbors and to the local area. I was warned ubiquitously, be careful. This is going to be a jimmy-rigged, slammed-together crap project, and the neighbors are in fear and terror. There are people talking about selling and getting out before it starts. We beseech you and we beg you to go back to the commissioners that rejected this, who've listened to us in multiple meetings and asked them what their motivation for doing that was. You've been given a lot of lip service, and I am telling you that this brings no value to us. When we bought our homes out here, there weren't all these stoplights on Highway 55. This is a highway, gentlemen. This isn't Chinden, it's not Locust Grove, it's not McMillan, it's not 10 Mile, it's Highway 55. This is a danger to our community, period, end of discussion. And I am not exaggerating when I tell you that. We do not want this. And we beg you to take that into consideration. We beg you.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
So is this really coming down to lot size for you?
The existing zoning that we all invested and bought and built our families and our homes on, it exists for a reason, and we want the existing zoning to be held sacred. It exists for a reason, gentlemen. Avamore and Dry Creek are radically different than what exists around Shadow Valley and that very short, tiny corridor. You get through Dry Creek, we breathe for a hot second, and we're suddenly in Avamore. There is so much opportunity to build housing and amenities and community things and bringing in commercial in Avamore. We need a reprieve for a half a mile between these two massive developments. It is absurd to think about stoplight after stoplight after stoplight. This is not a four-way stop in the middle of Meridian. And it is starting to becoming just that. We want to be left alone out there. You've got hundreds of homeowners out there that exist on acreage properties. These are rural people that have chickens, that have cows and cattle, and have sustainable farms on their property. We don't want a planned community. We would have bought in Meridian or Cuna or anywhere else. And what's happening is we're turning into California out here, and you guys are the gatekeepers and the stewards to protect Idaho. This is not the appropriate place for a planned community. And worse than that, this is not the appropriate steward to entrust executing on an extremely delicate and sensitive plan to make this entire thing come together. Mr. Davidson, it is the existing zoning that we want. I do know how all of these people feel. We don't want to compromise. We're not here to propose a compromise. We are here to ask you to simply say no. We don't need it. There are opportunities out there to build more homes on them. He has Shadow Valley Estates. He can put more luxury acreage properties out there, more ranch-style acreage properties. That's what our home is. It's acreage properties. There's some breathing room out there. We cannot continue to keep jam-packing houses into the footprint that exists in the Idaho foothills. It's an abortion. It's an abortion. And we are looking more like a California city every year that goes by. So we
Okay.
beg you to not do this. We
All right.
beg you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Matt Lorenz.
Hi, my name is Matt Lorenz, 4642 West Schaefer Meadow Lane. In 2014, I was a part of the military who got sent up to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho to help with the fire service, take care of the fires in July. I was assigned the FireWise liaison and the community risk reduction person, pretty much going home to home, very similar to Spring Creek side, about that far apart, just letting people know this is what you need to clear away from your homes. This is the kind of brush fires that happen in this area. We are typically high desert in this area. This year, 2025, August 18th, there was a fire that had started on the corner of Beacon Light and Highway 55. It was a fire that was started by, let me see here. The officials determined that the fire started by a construction project. It was a small 20-acre fire that could not have been managed. Started around 5:30, and by the time Station 2 off of Floating Feather and Highway 55 got to the site, the 20-acre fire had already grown to 100 acres. It was contained 2.5 hours later with mop-up duty. About 2 hours later, at that point, 240 acres had already been lost. One firefighter was injured during that time. I've seen the Spring Creek side terrain, and it is very similar to what I have done out at the Orchard Combat Training Complex between Boise and Mountain Home. It is high desert, a lot of sagebrush. That south side does get a lot of sun. There's a lot of vegetation on that side. If he's proposing a fire station on that corner of Beacon Light and Highway 55, that is just about a mile away from the station on Floating Feather. I don't know anywhere else in this valley that there is a fire station a mile away from another fire station other than a high-density area such as Meridian. In my expertise in wildland fire safety, I can't safely say that the evacuation route for those homes in that area is going to be sane. So, also I want to comment that shortly after that fire had grown from 20 acres to 100 acres, about 10 minutes later, we had an evacuation order for our side of the road. So if there's anything in that area that could go off, it's going to go off. Any questions?
Any questions for Matt? Okay, no, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Roxanne Licht.
Hi there, my name is Roxanne Licht. I am at 16200 North Basin Way. I am Randy's neighbor, and I'm back in the canyon of Spring Creek Way. I'm very concerned. I moved from California, high density, to live in a rural area that was conservative and protected its people, and you could shoot on your property, which we do a lot. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you that this is our only way in, this is our only way out, Spring Creek Way. And you putting in Brookside, or whatever lane it is that's gonna connect to Brookside, may be nice and give us another alternative out, but it's only, it's very close to our original exit. So if there's an emergency, there's no way really, if everybody goes out that exit, it's gonna block the other road and it's gonna completely trap us into our neighborhood. There's already concern about that. We've had it with fires in the past. I have 3 kids that I wanna protect. That road is already dilapidated. The city won't even take care of it. It's got holes everywhere. It's eroding on the side. There's no sidewalks. Half our neighbors have to jump to the side anytime a car comes by because there's really nowhere to go. It's a lane and a half. And just because we have Avamore and we have Dry Creek Ranch, those subdivisions, it doesn't mean that we deserve more subdivisions around us. We are rural, we really want land, we want it to be protected and to take care of our families and to be safe. And adding this other, subdivision might be great for some, but the people who have already invested and built our dream homes and built our dream life are gonna be severely impacted. I've almost been rear-ended going southbound on 55 just by the current traffic trying to get onto Spring Creek Way. People swerve around you. The people behind them are not paying attention and almost rear-end me. It's very dangerous. The more traffic we add to this, you're gonna end up getting someone killed. So please take our lives into consideration when approving this. It means the world to me. I have 3 babies. Thank you.
Wait, any questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel,
Artner.
Say that again, okay.
Artner.
Okay, thank you, Rachel.
My name is Rachel Artner. I live at 7624 North Basin Way, which is the original Spring Creek Estates neighborhood. I am the head of a online petition, Stop Shadow Valley Rezone. As of this evening, We had over 1,070 digital signatures in opposition of this development and rezone. We also have 17 paper signatures as well. I think that that information right there, saying that there's over 1,000 people who have opposed this development, is huge. We live in an estate-sized neighborhood. The lots are massive. The average size lot is 3.2 acres. You've heard earlier that these lots that they're proposing, it's 118 acres of the 560 acres on the east side of the freeway, or the 55. It's going to be 0.38 or 0.37, and that's not even including the roadways. These homes are going to be crammed in here. I didn't move my family and spend over $1 million on 7.5 acres of land to live in a planned community where every day when I go to work, I have to worry about 80 plus cars, maybe times two, the safety to our neighborhood. I mean, I'm terrified when my son starts driving, what's gonna happen when he has to pull off onto Highway 55. Those suicide lanes that other folks have been talking about, it's true. We need those today with the current volume of neighbors that we have, which is about 30 to 40 homes within our neighborhood. If we were to add a light at that Spring Creek exit, you've got folks coming down 55, coming south through the pass. That is dangerous. They come speeding through there with their campers, with their ATVs and trailers. Somebody's gonna get rear-ended and die. It is a matter of time if we have the light there. This development does not fit this location. Just as the commissioners from the P&Z board spoke about, if this was a blank slate of land, it would make much more sense. This is not. There's an existing neighborhood. I implore all of you to go out to the neighborhood, to Shadow Valley Golf Course. Drive around, please. This is not a flat piece of land that's virgin. People have been living here for 40, 50 years. And to put 306 homes on that east side is irresponsible. And by an out-of-state developer who has a bad track record. Please look at the documents that have been submitted. Something else, the 560 acres that have been proposed include that golf course. So it makes it look like this project has a lot of wide open space. The golf course should not be included in this rezone. It's 118 acres on the east side for 306 homes. On the west side, 89 homes on, I believe, 20 or something. Maybe it's 180, I'm not sure. But please, we do not want this. Please, if there is a reason, we don't want a rezone, we want the same size lots that we already have. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we hope for
Are there any
denial.
questions? Okay, thank
Did
you.
submit your petition into the record?
I did. I submitted it last week. I just wanted to give you the updated numbers from today. But if you go to stopshadowvalleyrezone.com, you will see the updated.
No, for our record here. No, for our record.
Mr. Chairman, it is on the record.
Oh, it's on, okay.
Yes.
All right,
The
thank you.
numbers I gave, though, are different than last week because more people have signed since then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
All right, thank you. Natasha Jaman. Oh, hi, Natasha.
Hello, my name is Natasha German. I live at 16015 North Basin Way, right in that Spring Creek Estates neighborhood. I don't have too much to add. I feel like my neighbors have already covered a lot. I will add one thing though. Something that's personal for me is I do like to walk my dogs along that roadway. And I know a lot of people in our neighborhood like to walk along that road as well. And the people that live there respect that and, you know, look out for us and are careful. I'm just very concerned when it comes to adding all these new homes, just, you know, how dangerous that's going to be for us. And I'm also very concerned about, obviously, the getting in and out of that neighborhood too. It's already extremely hard, especially in the summertime. So, yeah, I think that's everything. Thank you.
Oh, okay, any questions for Natasha? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Stadler.
Hello, I'm Ryan Stadler. I also live at 16015 North Basin Way.
which is at the very end of Spring Creek Estates. And I've lived there most of my life until I was a teenager, and then when I bought the property back about 15 years ago. So, and the reason I bought that property back and worked so hard to do that is to be away from this type of development and townhomes and that kind of density, and really shocked that they're proposing to put more traffic on our tiny, steep, dangerous road that barely handles it now. So people get stuck going up the hill just to where they're proposing this turn on Stack Rock. I just can't even imagine it. So most of the neighbors that live in this neighborhood are the same neighbors that lived there 40 years ago when I was a kid, and there's a reason they're still there, to be away from this. These are large properties. I'm on 6 acres. I have horse property. People ride their horses down the road. It just, it's not what it was designed for. Yeah, when my family built this golf course, this neighborhood, it definitely wasn't the vision or what it was designed for. So I would strongly urge you to review the denials that were done previously and for the reasons, and consider all the people that live out here that, you know, moved out here not to be next to this kind of density. So thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ryan? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes people that signed up, unless there's anyone in the audience that didn't get to sign up. Is there anyone that wants to talk that didn't get a chance to? If there is, now's your last chance.
Did I make one comment that I forgot?
No, come on up, lady. Give us your name.
Celeste
Well, not
Hazy.
you, this right here.
Celeste Hazy. I live at 8100 Spring Creek Way. I live directly kitty corner on the northeast corner of this development. I would just like to reiterate that my family purchased this home 14 years ago with the intent of living here for the rest of our lives, to live in a rural neighborhood, not in a planned community. And we expect somebody to stick up for us, and the planning department denied it like we requested, like we have collected petitions for, like we have held meetings together as a community to object this. We would like you to stick up for us as well, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, go ahead. We just don't we don't need applause in this meeting. Just thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there, if there's no other people who want to speak, we'll let Mr. Keim, if you'd like to.
I just wanted to add something important.
Can you do it from there?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you fine.
I know you can. You're hopeless.
That's right.
Project. What I wanted to tell you was my property, my well is one of the state checks for a level. It's beginning to drop. Plus, I'm on the bottom of the flatland. What concerns me about shadow development, they've got septic tanks. That's a big concern for us, especially at the bottom end or the flatlands of the drain coming, septic tank coming down into our fresh water.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, is Mr. Keim in the room? Oh, yeah, there you are. Yeah, I couldn't quite see. All right. Okay, you've got 7 minutes if you'd like to do a rebuttal, and we may have some questions. I don't know. Go ahead.
You know, I don't really have much rebuttal. I mean, the traffic, I've heard it. I sympathize. I know it. I've been doing this for 30 years. Nobody likes change. This development will make the Spring Creek on the north side better. I know that. That they're all talking about how hard it is to get out on 55, and it absolutely positively is. It's not changing whether you approve this or you disapprove this, but one thing that will change is they'll have an option to not go out there and get to a signalized access to Highway 55, which is going to be significantly safer, especially going into the future. The traffic out there is going to get significantly worse, whether you approve mine or don't. Avamore and Dry Creek have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more homes to build. So I sympathize, I hear, but I also have been doing this long enough. I know that you need additional connections to ease that up. And I know they don't believe that. They don't want to hear that because it goes against what they really want is just this not to happen. But when it's done, they'll be thankful that they can go through there. The other thing that I was going to talk about was the gentleman that was there was a superintendent out there. I think we just had a misunderstanding, or he might have misheard me. Sometimes I might not say exactly something to where somebody understands it. I wasn't ever talking about the water that's going to be through the municipal thing, replacing all the water for irrigation. It's only going to go back in and supplement it. So when we pump out 1 million gallons a night for the irrigation, those homes typically use, let's say, 200 gallons a night or 200 gallons a day for 300 homes. That's 6,000 gallons. That's a drop in the bucket to the 750 to 1 million. So there's still going to be lots of water being pumped out, but it's a good stewardship of the water that we're using for the municipality. That's why we did that. I think I might have been mischaracterized. I'd love for you guys to actually go look on some other things that I've done in Bend. I actually have one of the largest nonprofits that I've founded to do affordable housing in Bend. Most of the litigation that I have ended up having with the municipalities is their overreach of government, and that when I see that happen, I challenge them. And so of all of the things that we've had out there that I've had in scuffles with the city of Bend mostly, I'm 11-0 with a public body that has reviewed those. And so that's where those have all come from, is trying to put government back into the position of not overreaching. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those questions. Oh, by the one other thing is, I really hope you'll take a look at the petition. The vast majority we know there's not 1,070 people that live in that area. Some of those petitions are from out of the country, let alone out of the state. I'm not sure how they're getting them, but take a good look at them.
Okay, I did have a question that was brought up. The 560 acres that's in your application, that does include the golf course?
Yes, it includes all of the property conclusive of the east and the west side.
How many acres are in the golf course?
The golf course is approximately 118 acres.
How much?
118 acres.
118 acres.
Yes, sir.
So that would be 440 acres that are part of the development?
Yeah, and we have another 100 and some acres on the other side that's set aside for open space as well. And outside of the extra space that we'll end up having on the west side, because we'll have 89 lots, and let's say they're all 2-acre lots, that's like 170 acres, but there'll only be a 1/4 acre that can actually be developed inside of each one of those lots. So there's massive amounts of open space, mostly on the west, but out of the property on the east side, the golf course is 118 acres of that open space. And we do have some other open space in the interior, but that's the majority of it.
Okay.
On the east side is the golf course.
Mr. Leonard suggested that you and Hunter Homes need to get together and help pay for some of the improvements. Is that something you've worked with?
Typically, governmental agencies have a process for that if they felt the desire. I haven't really seen that approach has happened a lot where they've gotten conditioned for something and then somebody comes in after the fact and asks for that reimbursement of that. I mean, should we extend it all the way up to Avamore and their overpass, all the way down to Beacon Light for when somebody put a light in down there, all the way down to 55 and 44 where they put a light in down there and we did all that? I guess that's your choice.
Well, I've heard of something like that being done in sewers, when there's sewer that needs to be developed and they come in and have to help pay for the sewer or even the water. It's the first time I've had that approach on roads, but I don't know if it's unusual or not.
But typically, a lot of jurisdictions will have, some type of system development charges. That's really what that is for. And so when there's master improvement items, then they get reimbursed from that jurisdiction because they've been collecting fees on master improvement items.
Those are impact fees that are collected.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that or heard that Hunter Homes had that opportunity with what was required by them.
Well, I don't know. I just wonder if there'd been any discussion.
Me and Jim Hunter have had that conversation, and he's proposed that to me before, and I've kind of said a little bit what you said was, well, my golf course provides benefit and probably help sell some homes. Should we also divvy up the cost of the golf course?
I don't want to get into that. But,
Yeah, no problem.
Is there any other questions? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a couple of them. Ben indicated he said suggestions were made, but you didn't respond to any of them.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Ben Schultz, he said changes have been requested by the community, but you didn't respond to any of them. That's.
I wouldn't go say that I didn't respond to any of them. That would not be a characteristic that's correct. Some of the changes that we did make were like showing a different access point. A lot of those details come into the next couple of phases. And so, the Planning Commission got really deep in the weeds beyond what probably this procedure has involved. And so some of those items we can get into later, but we did make some changes, like the entrance coming in off of Brookside. We added a road that comes off of there that goes over into the event center so that we would be able to eliminate that other access point on Brookside that's closer to the traffic signal on Highway 55, and would also start to reduce traffic headlights for the houses that are on Dry Creek for the people that are straight across there. We also did that same type of thing for the bus barn, and then we were, later details will propose a berm across there to help kind of buffer that and shield that from the houses over in Dry Creek. I was really nervous about going and changing the density and reducing it because I'm already so far below what the code is requiring from it, and I'm asking for a variance. That being said, if you guys found that, some type of less dense would be appropriate, I'm not completely opposed to that. I mean, at some point in time, it's like, why bother, right? It's not a planned community anymore. It's something that your code doesn't even have. And so we've done some, certainly not as much as they wished. I'll give them that.
Another question, Matt, the fire question. The Forest Service briefed us a while back about they've developed 10 areas of the United States after, well, it was before Maui, but especially accentuated after Maui, in terms of the impact of adjacent land, especially public land, on the fire danger to communities. Have you dealt with any of that in terms of the fire dangers and planning for that? Or the Forest Service has actually, we're one of 10 areas in the United States that's been designated to protect communities from wildfires. So have you worked with the Forest Service on that?
We have the exact same type of thing in Central Oregon. And we've got, it's an interesting diverse area over there. On one side of the city, you have high desert, very, very similar to here. On the other side, you have pretty dense forest, and we're right in this transition zone. And so on one side, you have a forest that can be intense ferno that can come into the city, and on the other side, you have a high desert, which can be a different type of fire, but move very quickly through dry grasses and brush. And you know what? There is no solution for a fire out of control with wind. So nobody can buffalo anybody about that. If a fire happens like Maui, we're all in trouble, or like in Paradise, right? The water stops pretty much immediately, and there's chaos. And if that happens at Shadow Valley, or if that happens right next to the city of Eagle, God help us all, because that's what's going to happen. Now, what can go happen is that in a development like this, you can give it some thought, and you can require in the CC&Rs some fire protection that's around there, and fire-resistant buildings and fire-resistant plants. That being said, if a fire happens with a driven wind, don't think that's going to stop it. I know that they have used the ponds at the at the golf course on a couple of occasions for dipping water to suppress some of those. So we will continue to have that there for the community, regardless of what happens here.
One more question. As has already been described by staff, if this were approved, it's approved for a planned community, but all the detail, or a lot of the details, would come later. So if in that planning process, the later process, some major things were changed, as it were, or implemented, how would you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm not opposed. I think that in the world of development, you end up having a goal and a plan on doing something, and inevitably something shows up, be it costs, grading, community, any of those types of things, and you've got to adjust, and sometimes it's 5 or 10 degrees, and sometimes it's 90 degrees. And so that's the nature of the business, and I'm completely comfortable with that.
So working with whether it's Hunter Holmes or the
I think me and Jim get along just fine, honestly.
The county or the neighbors, I mean, all the things.
You know, I mean, it's hard to work with, in land development, you know, if you follow some of the protests of what happens, you know, thank God somebody wasn't there when their subdivision got approved, or else they wouldn't have that great home to live in. Growth in desirable areas just has consequences. And so rural communities, farms, forest, as growth happens, they get consumed with development. This piece of property, you know, in my opinion, which is completely different than their opinion, I understand that, is that it's starting to become infill, you know? Do we really need a breadth for a half a mile or a mile? You know, or how long will that breadth last? Is that breadth going to last, you know, 5 years, 10 years? I mean, eventually, it's going to get developed. And it's unfortunate about someone who's lived there for a long, long time, and that changes. I'm totally sympathetic with that, but that is the nature of development.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I assume from your comments that you're opposing the Hunter's request for some reimbursement for road improvements.
I wouldn't say that I completely opposed it, but I would say that we need to have a lot more discussions about what has been beneficial to Hunter Homes and what has been beneficial that I'm going to do and what is beneficial that I've already put in the golf course that helped him sell homes. So it's a bigger discussion. Me and Jim get along just fine. He really would like to just buy this whole project if it gets approved and build it all out.
Well, I do think if we were to consider that, it definitely needs to be fleshed out a bit more, especially considering some of the discrepancies on what was required and what wasn't. But question for staff, and maybe you can comment on this, but the future of, 55 and what ITD has envisioned with the traffic there. And do we have any insight about what's coming and how ITD feels about the traffic?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, I don't know if I'll be able to give you much insight. I know that there's been several studies that the Highway District, or I should say the Transportation Department, in conjunction with the Highway District, have commissioned over the years. I mean, they've envisioned grade-separated interchanges at some of these intersections, which I don't know that we'll ever see those, given the costs and the heavy lift that will go into those. Those are way, way down in the future, but I think the consensus is traffic is going to be, increasing. It's going to be a continuing problem on Highway 55.
You know, one thing that is going to happen over time is up in the top on the west side, the very line that you see at the very top of that project, that's more of a straight line, that's a spot where they're going to have a collector road that goes from Avamore, where their grade separation is, that goes all the way over to 16. So there's going to be as development happens, if it happens, right, there will be additional connections that will create additional traffic, but also different avenues where people can turn off and go in different directions. Obviously, if you're coming from Boise or Meridian, this is the path.
Well, Highway 55 is a well-traveled road getting to McCall and to Donnelly and all that. And I think that the state is planning on 16 ameliorating some of that traffic. I think, I don't know, but I think that's what their, part of the purpose is. All right, is there any other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you familiar with the studies that came out a few years ago regarding health issues associated with living next to a golf course?
I have heard some of those. I'm not highly familiar with what those are, but I've heard some of those reports that are out there, but I don't know them specifically, no.
One study in 2014 found that people who lived within a mile of a golf course had 126% higher risk of developing Parkinson's. And then a 2015 study found that people who drank water from a public water supply that was near a golf course had a 50% higher risk of developing Parkinson's. There's just kind of, they didn't determine exactly what was the cause. Obviously, there's suspicion about pesticides and herbicides, but did you kind of had the overview of that information that came out, that could be a risk?
I have heard that. I don't know the details of what that is, but I've heard that study before.
Do you know if the golf course industry is trying to develop ways or techniques to address those potential issues?
I know that Victor, who runs our golf course, is the superintendent now. He's been doing it for a long, long, long time. And the interesting thing, and I don't know the answer. I mean, first and foremost, I don't know what that answer is for that. I would, so I'm not going to answer it. I'd rather not bullshit you.
Sure. I appreciate that, yeah.
All right. Any other questions or anything? Thank you then.
All right, have a good
Thank you.
evening. Thank you.
Okay, Brent, do you have any other documents? We want to make sure we have everything submitted for the record.
I do, Mr. Chairman. So my presentation will be exhibit number 135. The applicant's presentation will be exhibit number 136. And Josh Leonard's presentation will be exhibit number 137.
Okay, and you had the pictures that was presented and so forth?
Those were already in the record
They're
from
already in the
before.
record, all right. And the surveys and all that, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, without objection, I'll close the public hearing on application 2024-02701 CPA PC. Okay, the application, the hearing has been closed. So now we need to kick this off and have a discussion on it. So anybody want to lead out on the discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I would just like staff to review again, what is the decision we're making here, basically?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, you are making the decision on whether or not this location is appropriate for a planned community. And what you'd be, with this decision, if you were to approve it, you would be on the future land use map of the A County Comprehensive Plan, you'd be identifying this as planned community as the future land use. And then you'd also be adopting a Shadow Valley Comprehensive Plan for the area that's within the boundaries of the Shadow Valley that's on the map.
So that comprehensive plan would include what? That map, how detailed would that comprehensive plan be? Or is that comprehensive plan?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, so this would be like an example of the map here. So this would be like so we'd have a generalized map that would identify this boundary as planned community. And then within the comprehensive plan text, we would have a map that would show this as the future land uses within Shadow Valley planned community.
That would be the land usage.
Yep.
Within that planned community area.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley. And in addition to that, there would also be, so Right now, we have a comprehensive plan that has policies and goals. You'd be also adopting those comprehensive plan goals and policies.
And Brent, there is no requirement in our planned community to have contiguous,
There's not.
so we could have little patches here and there and call it a planned community. Okay, I just wanted to look, because that's what we're doing here, yeah.
Not even any connectability or like a road or something connecting them? There is here, but I mean,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gale, I don't believe there's anything in the code that requires that.
Okay, all right, well, we can kick this off. The options are to accept it, to reject it, or to delay. What's the wishes of the board?
Yes. Yeah.
I can say that I need more information to either reject it or to accept it. I need to have more myself. I need to dig in. There's a lot of stuff in the file that I'd like to review and get a little better handle on. But that's just me. So if anybody wants to.
Mr. Chairman, that's where I was going as well in terms of some of the questions we ask. And in reviewing this information that we have here, I would like, one, to review what we have more, and I think there's some more information that would be useful for us to have.
Okay. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I think if we were voting tonight, I know how I would vote, but if we take some more time and review the information, I might be persuaded in a different direction, but we'll say, find the testimony of the residents persuasive and the hearing of the Planning and Zoning Committee, that's also something I'd factor into my decision. But this has been a long hearing and there is a lot of information, and so I may have a legal question or two for our lawyers.
Well, I think, I agree with you. I think I know how I'd vote if I'd vote tonight, and I think I need more information to either reject it or to accept it, both of those. So I'm not prepared to. So I guess I'm asking, we can table this till a time certain, probably sometime in December. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, depending upon kind of what you're looking for as far as time, if you're looking for time to review the record.
We've closed the public hearing and we've closed the record, so we're not asking for any additional information to come to us. We want to dig through. We have a pile this deep of information.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would say if you're not looking for additional information, but you want to review all the information you've received so far, then you have some options, I would say, for tabling dates. You could, if you just want to review information, table to an open business meeting and make a decision at that open business meeting, that's an option. Or if you'd like to push this to a public hearing like this forum, that's another option as well.
Well, this has had plenty of public hearings, I think, with the planning and zoning, and here, I think there's been a lot of input. And we're not asking for any more input. I'm not anyway. I'm looking to, there's a lot of things I need to understand and dig into the information that's presented to us, both from the community and from the developer.
That's where I am as well. I have gone over the planning and zoning, but I would like to go over their record in more detail as well. And I think I have some legal questions as well.
Okay.
The reimbursement issue is certainly one I'd like to discuss with legal,
Okay.
amongst others.
Well, then, give us a date in December, the second or third week in December, something like that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, would you
For
prefer
open
an open
business.
business meeting?
Yeah, for open
Yeah,
business.
I'll look to Matt because I didn't go that far in advance, I don't think.
Matt, give us a date.
No, we had December 9th as an option.
What's the following week? The 9th would be the,
Yeah, let's look at the calendar.
Yeah, the 16th of December would be the next one.
okay. Okay, I think I'd prefer that date myself. That'd give me plenty.
I would refer a later day. What date would you say?
16th.
16th, yes. That would be the week before Christmas.
Okay. Well, then I'd be open for a motion.
It's just a simple tabling motion, correct?
It's just a tabling motion till our open business meeting on the 16th.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table application 2025-01-115-S-PR to,
No, that's the number.
oh, that's the wrong number?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I read the first one. 2024-0270-CPA-PC-SVP LLC to the open business meeting of December 16th, 2025.
Okay.
For us, giving us time to review further the record, not introducing anything more to the record, but reviewing the record as established.
No. I'll make that clear. We've closed the record. And so we're not going to accept any more information or testimony. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is to table application 2024-0270-2701 CPA PC to the 16th day of December on the open business meeting. Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. I believe that